welcome to session number 3 of our run through Cereza and the Lost Demon. We're going to resume where we left off last time, in the middle of chapter 4, at 35% complete, and one of the 4 elemental forms for Cheshire having been acquired. Since now that's what we know, those 4 circles that you see on the save file, that's what that's all about. We've unlocked the wooded form. We presumably have 3 to go. And so, we'll continue and seek out the remaining cores. So anyway, here we are. We had, at the end of the previous stream, filled in what we could of the skill tree. We've been able to afford almost everything up to this point, other than missing one of these Inferno fruits that we needed to progress with Wood Mastery. I think we can locate one of those pretty easily on the map if we tried, but we are in a new zone that we just arrived in at the end of the previous session. Over here in the Forgotten Knoll, having kind of done a bit of a circuit, which didn't feel like a circuit at all just in the course of our traversal. But if we need to do any kind of backtracking for collectibles, I suppose we can. In the meantime, though, it seems like so far the efficient thing to do has been, counter to my intuition, to more or less run along the guided path that is provided by the paw prints here as we follow the White Wolf. Because, as with some early Metroid clone games, it kind of has this linear wide structure to it where you pass by a lot of things that you don't have the ability to unlock yet. Now, without that much possibility for non-linear play, you get a few collectibles along the way, but other than that, we just go on and follow the course, and that seems to be what gives us the unlocks we want, as well as this little dance over here that we can apparently quit at any time. But I think we'll watch the skit. While his friends are just coming down a slide in the background. Yeah, I guess we'll just watch it and listen to him sing and do his little shuffle. Everybody loves to slide, as you can see. I don't know if this just goes on in loops or anything like that, but in the meantime, I guess we'll see his various companions play here and just give us a listen. I've been very fond of the musical score so far. One thing that I have not been able to show off on the stream is that there actually is this orchestral overture of sorts as you load into the game on the main menu screen, but it's not something that loops and is usually gone by the time we open up the save and get right back in. I think this just loops. I don't think there's anything else that happens here, so that's alright. Anyway, paw prints go this way. The sanctuaries seem to be just tucked in off to the side. We've got a journal page. We're on the Fairy Kingdom. There's quite a lot that we haven't been reading yet. Dreadful Clown. We still have to fight the clown boss at some point. We've seen some of the clown knights, but not the clown leader. A young witch who went off to face off against him in his tent. And that apparently did not work. So he has a Lemmy Ball, apparently, and that should be the fight. Maybe this tells me about the boss pattern in advance, that we cannot get flattened by the Lemmy Ball. Challenging your opponent on their home court is never a wise strategy. I love how the home court is implied to be this sporting idiom that is present here as well, but, you know, it's a Fairy Kingdom. They've got their own rules. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, we'll progress through the progression path That is prescribed, unfortunately. Not what I usually try to do, but we could theoretically go right here. But not yet, I think we would need to unlock a little more. Actually, I don't know, this is wood. Maybe this is burnable or something eventually. If you find more of our friends, be sure to tell them about this place. Yeah. And we'll climb the tower here as well, just to see everybody. We can't talk to very many of them by the looks of it, but we got a little watchtower. And we can see where they have been playing on a slide. Looping in the background during the whole song and dance. Which we can do as well, unless we want to perhaps see what is off to the right, which we can't seem to reach. Alright then, down the slide it is. Just, oh, no, there's something to click on here. Why am I able to click on that potentially? Not yet, I can't. This cage is all battered. Yeah. Well, of course we're going down the slide, so let's go back up and just do it for style. And then we'll continue. Alright, that was satisfying. Let's proceed.
You're leaving already? Sorry, we're in a hurry. Can I trouble you with one last request? If you find any more of my friends captured in the forest, would you be so kind as to save them and send them back here?
Well, they're needed for completion, so
We'll make it worth your while, I promise.
we'll tick them off the map.
You have my word.
Not a matter of the reward, but the intrinsic sense of accomplishment.
Thank you.
Saying farewell to calm, they resumed their chase. The white wolf was just ahead.
Take care, Cereza. Take care, Kitty.
Chapter 5. Okay, so we'd actually finished right at the end of Chapter 4 at our previous save. So now, we'll hopefully make short work of the clown boss before too long. After you've helped a few wisps, go see Coleman and hit some wisp hideaway, yep. And, okay. Well, nothing right now, obviously, but once we unlock the next one that is just up ahead, then we shall see. Alright, what does this guy want? Look at all the balloons. I guess the circus is absolutely in business. If the ringleader finds you, it's all over. Careful up ahead. Yeah, it looks like we're headed straight for the clown boss. Let's knock this down a little bit. I'm going to get myself familiar with the controls again as we get Cheshire back in action. And is he able to pull this yet? No, he's pulling to the other side, but then we do need to absorb power over here ourselves. And the Moon Pearl. Then we can pull a couple of other collectibles, and then what does this one want? Needle substitute just needs to be pointy. We've got unicorn horns. Okay, we've got a lot of these crafting materials, so we'll just give them that. This is the first quest of this sort that we've seen in the game, so I guess that's how you tick them off the list. And yeah, that unlocks the wisp. So some of them will be based on item quests, which means it's very useful that we're such hoarders. Okay. I think I had bypassed something earlier that might have been interactable as well. Let me just take a look here, because I guess we had talked to them previously. Okay, so there was nowhere to proceed here. That's okay. We actually did go the way I wanted by diverting around, so let's just continue. And yeah, we have a train station here, very well placed for circus.
It feels big. Cheshire sensed something nearby.
So I guess we'll somehow unlock the ability to eventually stomp through this.
Core is near. Maybe inside
But until
that
then,
tent?
oh yeah, this is actually going to be a bomb rock, so a bomb plant rather, a bomb flower. And so we'll drop the bomb over here, and then that'll be the end of that. And I do need Cheshire to pop my balloons for me, as far as I can tell. More or less. Some of them anyhow. Oddly not accessible from this side. Alright, anyway, let's just drop the bomb then, and we'll fight this one first. Okay, let's do the double lockdown, just so we don't have these guys laying traps all over the place. Whoops, should have dodged that. Okay. And then follow up. And then we'll try to lock him down again before he lays down traps. And we'll do the combo. And we'll do the chomp. And that'll finish him off. Too bad about that one hit we took. That was a bit careless, but we managed in the end. And let's continue. So this will be the bomb. We'll just grab that and take that with us. Once we grow it. I believe we do need the wooded form to grab it, so we'll do that. Then drop it over here. There we go. Whoop. There we go. I feel like we should have... Oh no, it's down. Wasn't sure if we needed to do that a second time, but there is a ladder over there, so we'll head down. And, oh, let's retract first. So we don't get separated too far. We'll poke around here a little bit. And, of course, we'll pull this completely innocent-looking switch, which will lower the drawbridge and take us to another fight. Let's switch to the deflection. Whoops, totally missed that. That's okay, we'll just walk him down with a combo. Slight overkill, but that's okay. We don't mind that. Let's grab Cheshire over here so we can do the tightrope walk and see what's available on the other side. Treasure chest. Excellent.
Yes.
And yeah, our inventory is slowly capping out completely. Quite a gust of wind here, but I think that's purely cosmetic. I don't know that it affects our tightrope walk, but maybe it will, who knows. Alright. We can proceed that way. Yeah, the wind actually does obstruct my movement slightly. It's not
I
just...
saw this act at a fair once. Never thought I'd be the one performing.
Not just unresponsive Joy-Cons or anything like that. Okay, we can heal up at a save point, I believe. And grab that. And we should be at the boss relatively soon, by the looks of it. Abaddon's Big Top. And so, of course, we've got a battle ahead of us. We'll see exactly what that entails once we pull this switch. We won't pull the switch yet because I want to explore over here. Okay, guess not. Yeah, we'll pull it the other way, obviously. Or not. Hang on. Here we go. Guess we're boarding a train. Now, will there be a fight on the train? There might be, because I think it was kind of implied earlier that we may have a sequence like that. Anyway, we'll ride it down. All aboard. Brings back memories of Super Mario 3D World in its own way, which had its own share of circuses and trains and clown fights, with multiple characters being simultaneously controlled, now that I think about it. And what do we have here? Yeah, I stopped at the previous stream where I did because I thought we'd be a long ways off before the boss since we just came to this new zone, but this is clearly going to be the boss fight before too long. So, let's start the day off right. Okay, the journal entry earlier said something about a deadly Lemmy ball, basically. Lunatic Wisp Juggler.
A massive fairy took them by surprise. Once again, Cereza was petrified with fear.
I don't think it's really a surprise. It's pretty obvious he was supposed to be here. But I guess she's new to this at this age.
Cheshire yelled at the terrified Cereza.
Hasn't seen too many boss fights in her own right just yet.
I can fight! Don't treat me like a helpless child!
Now, can she fight in ways that I do not know yet?
Come on, Cereza,
Something
get it
is
together.
unlocking.
I'm going to be a witch.
Anyway, let's fight. I've got a spotlight on myself here. Let's see what that implies. I'm guessing that we don't want to stand in the spotlight at any point. Ah, here's the ball. Okay. Let's just run around until we know what's going on. Then we can do a lockdown. Oh, spike. Okay.
Let's just pull it out from under him.
Oh, I wish it wouldn't just give me a tutorial message like that. But maybe... Yeah, we need the spikes out before we could pull out... Okay, those are bombs. We need to be careful. 3 damage on those. No, I was trying to dodge out of that and we just missed. Okay, let's retract and get energy back first. So we can see the pattern of it. Can we grab? Not quite. Oh, yeah, we can pull him into that. Basically. After the bomb drop. You know what? Oh, we can just hit that. Now we can pull it. There we go. Yeah, out of energy for the wood form, but we can still combo him with this. This is a decent amount of damage. Okay, let's get him back for energy. And again, we can always run around with Cheshire extended. Okay, hit him like this. Great. Pull. Gotta be wary of the bombs here. And then we'll hit. Okay, we just dodged the spikes. Whoops, that was a bit of a hard hit. Whoop. Whoops, I was trying to grab it there, and that was a bit of a miss. Let's retract him just for energy once again. Got him. Yeah, combo into him once again. Yeah, his health pool is down by half already. It's going to be a phase change. And some cannon fire coming. Get down from there. I think we need a deflection. Yeah, we need a projectile deflection with the standard form if we can. Whoops. Let's try to do it. Or maybe not. Hang on, let's get some energy back. Yeah, I don't know if any of that is deflectable just yet, but we'll see. He's going to try to do a lock on, and then... Can I dodge? No. Okay. She's going to be locked down. Can I free her? Yes, I can. Feels like I should be able to stand on one of the platforms, perhaps. I hope it doesn't give me some kind of assistance message. I do want to figure this out myself. Oh, was trying to deflect. Whoa, that was a hard hit. One more in the face like that and we actually are going to be dead, so... Maybe I should use a healing item for once in the game. Oh, actually, that's a full heal. I didn't realize it. Oh, you know what? You can just knock him down off the pillar, maybe. No, we'll... get out of here. Yeah, maybe we can do something to pull him out. Oh, you know what? You can spin these around. That seems important. Press one of these, and then what do you do if you press the other ones? Hang on here. We haven't figured out the pattern yet. We just need to run this a bit until we do. So you can do something to turn to pedestals. Why would you turn to pedestals? Okay. So deflection isn't going to work here. But what if you turn to, and maybe there's a lockdown that you can do, or you can lock down the platform. There we go. There we go. Okay, you'll lock him down when he's on the pedestal. That's one thing that's available. Okay. I still don't understand what you can do by turning pedestals, though. That's something that isn't clear to me. We'll get it out of there. Yeah, I feel like that is deflectable. We just need to lock him down. Right, and then we spin him off the platform. That's what we're doing. We lock him down and then we twirl to take him down. Is he down yet? No. Base change? Okay, let's grab him. And out of the chicken cannon. Okay, so we can alternate the controllers. Just... not even alternate, but just spam both. And then stomp him out of there. Look at that.
They had defeated the formidable fairy. If only slightly, Cereza felt she had made a difference.
Not bad, huh? Told you I'm good for more than just carrying you around.
But Cheshire was not impressed.
You stuck-up demon.
Cereza was fed up with Cheshire's arrogant attitude.
Anyway, we're going to set ourselves up with a second elemental core here, and that's going to give me which power? I was guessing wind would be next, but we could always be very, very wrong.
Cool.
Heart container, or flower container. Well, at least we finally found out what one of the healing items do in this game. And it is a full heal, so far as I can tell. Which is rather generous. We shouldn't have taken that cannon shot in the face to begin with, mind you, but... live and learn. And we'll see what the stone shrine is all about. Okay, so it's something to do with stones. We have the wood form. What would the stone form be then? Smack it, and let's see what he gets. Maybe we get a way to break stone independent of having to unlock bombs, but we'll see.
It's just like before. I know. Hold on. I wonder what power you'll get this time.
Well, something stony, no doubt. Looks like it could be fire, though. We know one of them has to be water for water traversal, and one of them definitely has to be wind for some of the mechanisms that we've seen previously. But it's something stone. Change Cheshire to a stone form. Well, what does the stone form do? Let's see. Let's see what the gate could be. It could probably just break certain objects or lay them down.
Awesome.
Alright. What does it do? Bit of a slow punch, this one. And then a ground stomp. So maybe he can just independently... Ah, yes, it's for these stones. Okay, okay, I see. That's why we've seen them all over the place. But these are for absorption, because now we can absorb the corresponding element. We've seen those all over the place, obstructing our paths, so... Once that works out. He's actually pretty slow in this one, though. I think, yeah, there actually is a difference in run speed. Because wood is decently fast. Stone is rather plodding. Which just means we'll need to retract them and pull them out often if we're going to be using this mode. And he's making the whole ground shake, because that's what stone does, but moreover, we can continue absorbing. Anything back here? I don't... Oh, look, there's another one back there. I don't know if it's going to be disguising a chest or something else, but we should check. Not likely, though, looking at the map here. Off to the side, that's already going to be some kind of bonus to look at. So, Stone Cheshire's Stomp. Smash, pop up, or flip over certain objects. Yeah, okay, so now we get to independently stomp through that without bombs, like I was saying. I wonder if we should go back first to see what that other nook is before we continue here, though. I just want to take a quick peek in case that was something. And that's just a sanctuary wayfinder. We don't need that. Just wanted to check something. We've already passed something along this way. I don't know what it was. Just checking. Because we had seen that on the map, and it's something, well, we see nothing on the map marker right now anyway, so we'll be alright. Let's just continue. Yeah, it's a fairly open map, but it is still a linear progression through it. Much more in something like the Metroid Fusion style, for instance. Now, let's see. Cereza is going to sneak under gate herself. And this will basically be a stone tutorial segment to show off what it can do. Well, the villainess here is not very fond of what we did to the chicken cannon. And what is this? Some kind of fairy storeroom. Yeah, I suppose so. Full of fairy dust. No percentage points off that. And we'll see what the stomp is useful for in combat. When we get to it, there are probably enemies that could be flipped by impact or something. This is obviously something that should be stomped, but we'll take a look at it in a moment. He can break a lot of things. That's power of sorts. And let's flip this. And it just breaks and flips over. Any particular reason to stand on this? Not that I can see. But then we'll just continue through here. Fairy automaton made of metal, yeah. What else is a circus for? Oh, okay, this is like a little puzzle, I think, where you probably just have to flip all three over by adjacency. I bet that's what it is. So you'd come over here and then try to impact both of these. Maybe it'll give you something. Nope, nope, guess not. I was hoping it would. Seemed like that was the purpose of it, but... What if we flip over all three at once then? Whoops. We can do it. I don't think it actually gives you anything, but what if I stand here and then flip? No, it doesn't launch me or anything. Oh, we got some combat. Well, I guess we'll flip out of them and see what happens. Ah yes, there's somebody there with a stone shield. That's what it is. We no longer need to use the bomb for the stone shield. That's the thing that's important here. And then we'll combo into these guys, and then do the chomp. Make quick work of everybody there. Okay, what's next? Yeah, for the most part, I think this mode is a little bit situational, just given how slow moving he is. We don't really want him constantly in this fashion, but... Ah, yes, and we've seen a couple of these pedals around. I guess that's what you can do for launching. Like with the infinite weight of a thwomp in Mario Maker. Very similar concept here. Basically, we stand on one side, stands on the other side, and then we flip, except the other way. So, obviously. And then can I retract them? Yes, I can. So we'll release this fellow from his torment.
You're welcome.
Just sounds like noise, yeah. We don't really speak the language, I suppose. Okay, let's take a look. Anything else to bust over here? Not really. So let's just hop back downstairs. And... oh, don't want to forget to scroll, of course. I haven't really even looked at the map lately. The Wisp Weekly. And the Great Wisp Pulverizer yet. That's very uncomfortable. But at least the Wisps had their own support network that is as yet uncensored. Let's bust this as well. And then this is another stomp right here. For a treasure chest, excellent. Okay, wolf tracks continue this way. We'll obviously check this way. And yeah, here's another launch pad. It looks like a couple of different locations we could work with here. In fact, let's check a few of them first. To see how we can progress through them. Yeah, let's absorb this as well. Just to open up a bit more space. And see how else we're able to move around. Alright, looks like maybe these two are paired and those two are paired. Which means that one of you will have to come down this way. I would assume that maybe they're paired by pattern, but it's actually hard to tell. Whoops. Let's get him to stand here. Oh, actually, no, you need to swap that because she's the one who needs to climb the ladder. That makes a great deal more sense, and even the camera is telling me that it makes more sense. It does not make sense, because that is not how that works. I guess these two are paired. Well, let's do the other one first then. Assuming that we know... okay, yeah, because Cheshire can climb higher. So we'll project this way instead. And see what we can do. And yeah, that ladder I think is the way we came down, so nothing much else to do over here. They're connected, but I don't think I can necessarily... oh, actually, you know what? Let's try this. Have to see if this works. Let's say you stop. And then you retract. And then you go this way. Oh, am I able to jump down? And then, oops, no, I guess not. I was hoping to swap places. But I guess it doesn't work that way. However, yeah, because you can only activate the point that is marked like this. Glowing to indicate to you that such interactions are possible. Anything up here? Not yet. We'll get there. And yes, actually, this stomp power now unlocks all of the yellow mushrooms we've seen so far. I was wondering how those could be used. Because it wasn't clear to me what power that would be associated with, but now we know. Those are all over the place, so... lost quite a bit more of the map. We'll check that after we've lost a few more things here. Oh, might as well look at it. Why not?
What's this?
She's a lot bigger than I am. Yeah. I don't know that we can do anything with it at the moment. Oh, okay. One of you can come down, I guess. Yeah, we definitely missed number 3 at some point. Prima and Plima. And yeah, okay, so this is just them understanding various duo mechanics. We figured that much out already just to get to this point. And yeah, you can basically weigh this down in order to move her in this direction. But that also implies that if you weigh this down, you get to move her in the other direction, which we'll do. And given that the wolf tracks go the other way, we will go this way first. Oh yeah, this is just where we came from then. We just managed to get back up here. Alright. But then we should check that in various directions just in case, because it seems like a fairly obvious thing to look for. Also, at any point, you can just get gesture to leave, and then why would you want to do that? You want him to climb? Oh yes, because he can just exit independently without being pulled out. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go pull first. With this guy. And we'll of course bounce out of that in just a moment. That seems like the only way to progress, in fact, so let's just do it. Am I able to go around, though? Not really. Looks like we can send ourselves straight up, potentially. Up we go. And there is a ladder back down. But we'll worry about that later after we have a chance to walk around a bit and grab Infernal Fruit or another upgrade. We knew this was one of the costs of the wood exclusive upgrade. There's going to be a stone exclusive upgrade that we don't know about yet that we'll see at the next upgrade location, I'm sure. So, the more of these we collect, the better. Sweet treat from Inferno. Part of a balanced diet for demons. Okay, so we know we can head back down if we really want, but I don't know if there's a particular reason to do it. Yeah, it would just drop you back. Okay, never mind then. Let's go back up. Yeah, much as I like to play on the non-linear, I think it's in my best interest to unlock all of the traversal powers relatively soon if I can, and then that way we really have to run into map. Okay, let's have a fight. There's going to be a stone shield in this. Ooh, there's a big guy here. Let's lock him down. And then we'll go stomp on this. Then, yeah, because we don't want to deal with traps. Finish that guy off quickly. And then because he's slow, we'll get him out of the way, and then we'll try to whoops. Just trying to retract him in time. That's alright. We'll lock him down again. Oh. combo in him. Once more. And then chomp out of that if we can. Out of energy, so Chesture's back in standard form, and then that's alright, because the chomp is all we require. Yeah, some of the energy management when switching between forms is not something I'm very fluent in just yet, but we also haven't been heavily tested on it up to this point, so that worked out well enough. And up we go. Save points are, as always, fairly frequent. You'll notice that the boss earlier did not advance our percentage points, but one or two collectibles along the way will do so. And look, we can see the circus cannon from all the way over here. None of these yellow mushrooms will do anything for me, they're just decorative by the looks of it. So I thought. Because the spots that you can stomp do have the glowing yellow squares over them. Okay, so this was the vantage point that we saw in the cutscene earlier, and yes, somebody was watching us and left her tea behind. Just to be extra obvious about it. Someone must have been spying on us over a nice cup of tea. Yeah, look at that. It even has pictures of us on the wanted posters. Just to note the resemblance. Oh, can we whack some of this, please? And some of this. And we can go up, of course, but since this was the unlockable location, we'll obviously check it first. Treasure chest over here. Can we climb? It might actually be a drop from up above. It's just telling me where it is. So we can keep an eye out for it on our way up top. So we'll look for a drop location. If we can. And, well, I mean, that's rather obvious now, isn't it? We'll just loop back around after that. More of a tutorial, not exactly hidden. And let's head back. Yeah, interesting way to implement a dash in this game just by holding the doll in front of you. Because that way you don't have the dash dependent on anything like a face button. This is just entirely done by stick movement. But in a specific state. It's a very clever bit of movement design. Alright, now we have somebody new. A knocker. Excavation engineer. Okay, it's somebody who's digging and we have to flush him out by stomping. I think that's pretty obvious. Uncover enemies burrowed in the ground, yep. As we thought. It is just like the mole boss in Super Mario Galaxy, actually. Major burrows. Okay. Can we lock you down? Yes, we can. Okay. That worked out. Now, we'll of course go whichever way is opposite from... Oh. Okay, no, we'll unlock this first. That's actually the obvious thing to do. I wonder if you can bust the coffins. No, I mean, this is entirely everything in a dream form, so obviously we should do this while we can. Complete. Tier Nanog. Looks like it is going to be not a combat arena, just given proximity to a chest up above. Defeat all enemies within a time limit. Okay.
Get him, Cheshire!
Okay. Yeah, let's try to do a lockdown so we can combo.
Like this!
25 seconds here, we gotta work fast. Oh, we need to get him into leaf form for this. Yeah. Nope, pull it, pull it. Gonna run out of energy in a moment.
Cheshire, over here!
Okay. I'll try to get another lockdown.
Prepare yourself!
8 seconds is going to be a little bit tight. Didn't do that very well. Oop. Yeah, we're going to be a little bit short here. That's okay, let's try it again. That's okay, we made a bit of a mistake there by running out of energy when I was trying to switch to the wood form for the shield grab. Easily fixable. Just getting a bit fluent with the state switching, really.
You're getting punished! Let's get him, Cheshire!
Yeah. Knowing how to use the stomp as well as the homing attack is going to be very important here. And then let's go for the shield grab. And then let's not get into any traps here. Yeah, don't really have a good muscle memory yet for the form switch. Yeah, that was a problem. Too much wandering around at the end of that. Yeah, again, switching out of the standard form in order to conserve magic is something that I should be doing a lot more of. We should actually not be in one of the special forms at the very beginning of the fight just yet.
Cheshire, let's go! Prepare yourself!
Yeah, and then that way we have such attacks available for special circumstances. So we also don't need to deal with disarming the traps.
Prepare yourselves!
Yeah, we're out of meter here. This is a bit of a problem. Stay in the standard form for as long as we can. Look at that, much better this time. 25 seconds left. Just from actually killing things. Just needed to get a bit more fluent with it, that's all. And again, using the standard form instead of the specialized ones much more often just for the energy conservation. So we have the special abilities available for the hard counters, like the shield grab, when we need to use them. let's crack this open. Oops. Again with the accidental stick click. That's the problem with rapid directional switching, is very difficult not to click the stick. As I've often found with accidentally activating stick clicks in games like Splatoon. But there is a lot of movement back and forth. I really still don't like the idea of a stick click or an L3 or R3 button conceptually. Just never got accustomed to it. Anyway, we unlocked quite a bit of the map at this point, although there is still one point remaining in this region to reveal. And here we can progress a little bit further just to unlock more save points and possibly more than that. Yeah, at the regional crossover here, we can see what's going on. Let's just proceed then. I haven't always found the map system here to be the most easily comprehensible. But this is going to send me to the upper region where I did see a wisp on the map. And perhaps even more than that. Oh, there's a ladder on that side too. I guess the ladder just drops straight back down though, so it's not likely to be useful right away. Sanctuary marker. Sure, let's absorb that. And here we are. Here's another one. This guy's head was totally mashed into that cage. Reinforcements. Okay. Well, we might as well just progress. Easier to just read the world than reading the map at this point when it comes to figuring out from visual cues where we might want to check and where to go. And we'll continue along the drawbridge. No way to drop down here just yet. We won't be too concerned about that. Alright. That's a deflection, I just missed it. Oh, those guys are easy though. Yeah, as long as you get to that deflection well ahead of schedule, it's actually pretty easy to execute. Was this one of the gates I lowered earlier though? I think it might have been. Right, and then we'd have to go back to location down below to where there's the map marker for having unlocked more wisps. Because this is the windy location we checked earlier, we just opened the gate to get back in. I think we should actually go back to the lower level then, because there we hadn't progressed just yet. Having diverted ourselves here first. So let's actually... Or of course we could hit the sanctuary first to punch in a couple of upgrades, but no, I think I'd rather get back out here while things are fresh in memory. and see what we missed down below. We'll remember to use the dash in the overworld. Where we can't anything back here? Nope. Okay. We've done this fight previously, but we'll do it again just to be stylish about it. This you need wood form for it. Slam him. Oh, out of range, I guess. Oops. Oh, I guess I'm out of energy, yeah. Okay, let's get him back in hug form for replenishment. We've done this fight before, it's just I'm getting back into understanding how it's going to work. Okay. Okay, let's go for the homing attack over here. Before we get absorbed into the earth. Took a few more hits than I intended there, but we'll progress this way. We should be able to... Yeah, this is where the wolf went, so I guess that's actually the main quest path that we had missed along the way.
Trouble!
Okay, wolf goes this way. We can see if we can go any other way, but it seems not, so. And Cheshire's hard exterior can deflect most attacks. Okay, so that's going to explain why we actually did rather well against some of the projectiles earlier. Whoops. Oh, real Zelda moment here in terms of getting myself in that kind of situation. I'm really low on health. We should in fact heal up, since I have to, I think to do so. Okay. Flip him. Mushroom over there, but obviously we should try to... Oh, the wolf is this way, so we should actually try this. I think this is probably just a way to get back where you came, or, well, we'll see, because Cereza can't actually go there yet, but Cheshire can. Okay, so you can break that open, and then it's possible to use this to progress over to the other side, perhaps. And then you can see from here what the vantage point is for heading over to that collectible. So you just need to bring Cereza up to that location by going around. We'll go up there to get the Moon Pearl. That is rather easily possible. We'll head over there in a moment, but let's do this first and bring her over. There's a jumpable location down here. I'll send Cheshire down first. No, that's just back down, so. We'll wave around a little bit, of course, just to see if there's any additional poking to be done. Maybe the case, I don't know if any of this is destructible. No. Yeah, let's bust it open. All right. Let's continue. Past this point, we'll do this whole interaction again. A little more carefully than before, perhaps. Shields up. And over there, that's something that looks stoppable. We'll obviously check both passageways here and prioritize the one that's not the main quest. The main quest is going to head towards that shroom. Looks like there might be a sanctuary nearby as well, so okay, let's... Yeah, so you get an auto deflect on it, which just costs energy. So you don't even need to use the deflection button. The standard form if you try to block bullets. This is something stoppable, we'll stop it. And it's just more currency, but given our upgrade budget, we'll take it. I don't know if those chests count towards percentage at all. If they're just currency based. Alright, this is a timed thing here. Blow up what we can within the allotted time.
Yes!
Yeah, because I would assume that it's just the things that are marked on the map that would count towards completion percentage, and that the currency-only chests are just a nice bonus along the way, but we don't actually know that for a fact. We haven't seen enough of this game to find out. Also, there's a wisp nest right here before we cross over. I don't think I saw how to reach that, but we'll look for it before we proceed any further. Because it is the last remaining one in this region, and we're in the right place for it. And then, yeah, Sanctuary is going to be on the other side of that, along the main quest path. We'll figure that out when we get to it. Where am I relative to the wisp? It's a little bit behind here, so... There's a location here that I seemingly miss. Oh, we punched our way over. I don't know if I see how that's reachable yet, but... Might be tucked behind. Let's... see what we can do. Because we can roll down here. Looks like it's kind of across the way. But it's hard to tell from where we are how we might potentially reach it. Or if it is reachable, given my current suite of traversal powers. Yeah, it takes us off a full flower, unfortunately, when you just run into beams like that so carelessly. Yeah, because we burst away over there, we got up to the collectible, but then... how did we miss the passage over to wherever the remaining prisoner is? It is... radically accessible from all regions. Let's try it again, just to see we can uncover where that is, given our current knowledge of the map. So was there an additional way forward here that we did not see? I don't think that looks reachable at the moment. It might have to be by some other means, but it's clearly something that's on that side. But we may not have the way to get there yet. Doesn't appear we have the means. This is through a passage that I'm not seeing. Can I block two at once? Yes, I can. That's much better. Yeah, block two at once.
Cheshire, over here!
And yeah, we'll cross over in just a moment. I do want to scan around here just one more time. Because there is some kind of region or zone change here that we should be aware of. Doesn't look like we can traverse it yet, though. So we'll get over here instead.
Yes!
Up we go.
Woo! I'm flying!
And of course we'll progress over on this side as well.
Cool!
Just to see where it takes me. Forgotten null again. Ah, okay, here's the guy. Should be number 4 out of 4. Here. And yeah, we can trade some of the constructed or concocted items as well, which is why keeping a full bank is a good idea. It's not like we've used those myself. So yeah, once again, pays to be a pack rat. Should be all that is relevant in this spot, by the looks of it. But we'll uncover more chests as well. Look at that. This rotates in to give you a camera view of precisely nothing. Don't know if this vantage will be any better. Perhaps not. And back we go. Alright, at this point, let's progress a little further. Alright, we'll fight. Big shield on this guy.
How do you like this?
Okay, let's block him down again.
Cheshire, let's go!
Just put a lot of energy to that combo, but
Cool!
we'll dive in for the finisher, and that will be it. Yeah, it looks like that might be reachable with kind of jump. Nope, it isn't. Okay, not sure how we collect this then. But we'll bust everything we can before we proceed further this way. Open treasure chest there. I didn't think we've been here. Ah, yes. Okay, that was the way back out much earlier.
Hey! This looks
This
familiar.
looks very familiar. We've been here. Haven't we? Or we just terribly lost.
That voice.
A familiar voice once again echoed through the trees. Cereza looked in the voice's direction to see a strange wisp, buried deep in a cap.
A wisp? So
The Skull
you're the
Kid
one who
equivalent.
talked to us back there.
You know, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ignis, the keeper of this forest. Good on you for taking care of that circus. I knew I was right about you.
Well, he seems friendly enough.
Something tells me that Ringmaster won't be enjoying his trapeze anymore. A pity.
He was an absolute brute. Play a bit part in someone else's show? No thanks.
Knowing this voice belonged to a wisp put Cereza infinitely more at ease. But Cheshire said not a word. He seemed to have no interest in the wisp at all.
You said your name was Ignis, right? Ignis? You wouldn't happen to know where we can find the remaining elemental cores, would you?
But of course. The next core is at the bottom of the lake.
Well, that doesn't help if we don't have water traversal powers yet, now does it?
The bottom of the lake?
Then maybe we unlock the water power there and have that available to us on the way back.
Well, I suppose that's lucky. I was always better at sinking than swimming. The problem is coming back up again.
Well, that'll be solved by the core itself.
No need to worry. Just drain the water.
Or
But you'll
we
have
could
to
do
go
that.
over a towering tree in order to get there. To get to the bottom of a lake, you need to climb the tallest tree in the forest. Isn't that poetic?
The tallest tree, huh?
Something the matter?
Nope! Not a thing! Clock towers, giant statues, yes! Witches love high places! Thanks for your help!
You're very welcome.
We know about her history with clock towers. I guess it's not yet established at this point, but
I know the secret pathways of this forest.
clock tower makes a particularly memorable appearance in Bayonetta 3.
I may be able to take you to somewhere.
One of my
you've been
favorite things in the
before.
game, in fact.
If you'd like me to guide you, just ask me anytime. Think of it as showing my gratitude for taking care of those pesky fairies.
Ignis guides Cereza to sanctuaries, yeah. Okay. We won't do that yet. Let's save first, and also let's get some upgrades too. Where are we? Oh, Jade Hill. Did we just teleport here then, or did we just find a connection point that we... Yeah, I guess the way that we dropped back in here from the route just now, we connected all the way through from the Forgotten Knoll. The map system doesn't quite tell you that much about how the architecture is actually connected, especially when there's an elevation change involved, so I don't have a good geographical sense of how things are related. But let's learn some skills. Wow, the tree has massively expanded at this point. Counter rush. Additional strike after countering an enemy's attack. Yeah, we haven't been using counter that much, to be honest. For the punch, a lesser priority. Tap twice to call Cheshire rocketing back to hug mode. Oh, interesting. So if you do a double tap, then the retraction does damage. Just a straight upgrade might be really Helpful. Change elements to transform while continuing your combo. That's interesting. That feels like a very platinum style thing. Transform while continuing your combo. We haven't had too much trouble with damage with him lately, but expending the meter has been an issue. Finish off with Chomp to recover some magic. That might actually be helpful given how much we like to Chomp. We only have one Infernal Fruit available though, so we need to be a little picky about this. And this will be an element that we don't have yet. What do we have on this side? Magic recovery is going to be pretty much good across the board, but that spends most of my currency, so 3 times for the bind. That could be very, very good. That's also very costly, but Cheshire Reflect. Oh, that's interesting. So when you're in hug form, you can still deflect. And I tend to run around, but that seems like it's something you'll need to push to stick in for. It's kind of like the parry accessory in the mainline Bayonetta games. Big pockets, that's actually probably useful, just a bit costly once again. Effective concoctions, yeah, maybe it isn't just a full health heal, and that it can be improved, but slows movement even further. Recover more magic. Yeah, because I guess if you get some recovery while Cheshire is still in a special form on the field, then spell cooldown. Let's see. I feel like Multibind 2 is probably the way to go with this. But the magic recovery is also good, just to minimize downtime. So yeah, it is going to cost 1 as well. We don't use the return often enough except with magic depletion to make that worthwhile, I think. But I really like this idea of the shift strike. Yeah, we probably won't do one of the elemental specific ones yet then. It's actually a decent amount of magic recovery on this. I like this a lot. Magic recovery has been an issue, but we've also been able to land a lot of chomps. So I think we are going to go with that.
Cheshire, here you go.
And we'll feed him generously. We're able to unlock a lot more of the map from this location now as well. We also know we're fairly close to the lake. We've got a lot of currency left in Cheshire's side. If we have anything that we can use. I think the obvious thing to go for is the shift strike. This almost feels like a bit of a Wonderful 101 style mechanic where you do the color-coded weapon switch in the middle of the combo.
Good job.
You transform while continuing your combo, yeah. That'll take some practice, but particularly because, you know, it's just one-handed controls. Alright, on Cereza's side. Quick recast is good, but I think the Multibind 2 is easily the best thing here. The more trapping we can do, the better. That's really going to blow the budget.
Yes.
Don't think we can really afford much else at this point. Not even the Cheshire Reflect. That's okay. I guess that's also the incentive to do some of the speed challenges, because they give you so much of the standard currency. Do we want to dump some more currency on Cheshire's side? I think we actually want to save up. So when we get more of the fruit, we can upgrade some other things. We just won't take too much damage from him. Although Counter Rush is available. But we don't use the counter that much. Although we might on Stone Form. That's okay, we'll back out for now. And we'll save up.
Let's take a
And then we'll
break.
talk to this guy.
Hello.
Running visible tracks, okay. Ah, lead to sanctuaries, that's interesting. So, this is the fast travel system that we're finally unlocking. Yeah, I found it unlikely that the game wouldn't have a fast travel system, just given the nature of the map. Generally try not to depend too much on fast travel, but we can... Oh, pathway closed, yeah, so can't even go there. Head to the Great Tree, yeah. Let's take a look here. Pathway closed is because we never got to Sanctuary there? No, it's just because it is closed. Let's zip around the map a little more just to see where we want to traverse. This has the scroll that required me to grab something in water. We can't do that yet. This is the lake with much more water. And we have not unlocked the sanctuary there anyway. And this one over here, I guess it puts you right next to some of the spots that we still wanted to uncover. That might be something helpful. Yeah, just given the trickiness of the map navigation, I may in fact use the fast travel system, which is, again, pretty uncharacteristic of me, but of course it's the thing that makes it practical to return to Calm whenever you grab more wisps. So I guess it's at this point that finally map actually does open up a little bit. And yeah, I wonder why we didn't unlock that location previously. I have no idea why that didn't seem to be accessible. Fairyland Tower over here. Yeah, I don't remember why we didn't grab some of these resources either, but again, we may have been missing certain traversal abilities that were necessary. So yeah, why don't we dash around for a bit and just see. Maybe Calm gives you a monetary reward, in which case that would be helpful.
Hello.
Visit the highway. Yeah, sure, let's do it. It's just one sanctuary per zone, so... And look at that, there's your travel system. Looks rather splendid. Why is this one glowing? I don't know, but let's talk. I know that's... Yes, we can now afford to ignore the main quest for a bit, since we actually have some flexibility when it comes to movement. We get currency. Moon Pearl, okay, that's great. Alright, past a certain threshold then. And over here to the right, maybe we can unlock a few more locations. I don't remember why it was we didn't proceed there. But we'll see if there are breakable rocks, perhaps. I mean, we were just here, weren't we? At the very beginning of this session, we should have been able to remember why it was I apparently can't proceed. Ah, there's something. Right, because now we have access to mushrooms. Which is an element of the game I had not noticed before. So we can wrap around to that, that'd be great. If I could even remotely remember how to progress past that. Ah, yes, and this one too, that we previously hadn't, whoops, dealt with. There we go.
Cool.
Just more cash, but we can always use that. And then we'll shroom over here to see where this is able to take us. Okay. And you got another sanctuary marker over here with another gate on the other side, which we'll worry about once we actually get somewhere interesting. I see everything rising up here like maybe there's another traversal power we'll need to actually engage with that. Yeah, I think we had... Oh, no, we hadn't been here. Okay. Well, let's see. That looks very much like an enclosed fight arena, to be perfectly honest. Alright, who's home? Oh, no. Nobody's here. Let's just grab this.
Whoa! Okay, pretty good.
And just get both of them powered up as much as I can. Sweet treat from Inferno. Once again. And we'll pop out the other side to see what else awaits me here. And yeah, we can unlock a few additional locations on the map, perhaps.
Over here.
Ah, yes, there we go. I see it. Let's do it. Straight in. Yeah, the more of these we pop now to map out the world, the better. Okay, we'll need to disarm some traps here. Probably while fighting, but critical. So who's going to fight us here? Any enemy attack proves fatal. Okay. Alright, so we'll remove traps first. Whoops, no. Okay. Now we just need to watch Cereza and make sure she doesn't get hit by projectiles. If we do that, then we're probably going to be okay. Even do a deflection over here. Actually, yeah, let's kill traps as much as we can first. Now we're at the full run speed. We're actually in okay shape. Oh, nope. Walked right into that. Let's try it again. No, we can do it. We just need to not walk right into that stuff. Yeah, we'll clear traps at the beginning first and just not deal with that stuff. And we can lock down. No, we need to Watch your direction here. Then just... Okay. Whip. Yeah, we just really need to get rid of this stuff, and then now we can play. And the homing attack is going to be helpful here. Yeah, we can interrupt the projectile attacks as we go. And without the traps in the way, this is much easier. We can just basically spam attack with them. And that's it, no problem. Just a bit careless in the first attempts, but now we've got it.
Yes!
No issues here. Yeah, the more of these we complete, the more health we can amass as well, which is beginning to be helpful because we're starting to run into some enemy attacks and traps that do hit rather hard. Alright, now let's not have the accidental stick clicks this time, we can avoid it. I don't know why I'm so far out of the line. There we go. Oh, no, need another cycle. I just off center or something. Yeah, there we go. Maybe holding my Joy-Con a little off angle. And cover the other one too if we can reach it. Okay, we've got some moving platforms as well. Oh, that's reachable for me. Yeah, no, that's going to be on the other side if we can make it over. Now we're able to make it over to this, and we'll see. This looks like another one that we can raise. When you see a double circle, quickly tilt in the correct direction 2 times. Huh, interesting. Oh yeah, it was the red line thing earlier that we need to do a sweep. There we go. Yeah, so it's not just a matter of pointing, you actually do need to understand a couple of different kinds of input. That's why we were failing previous one. This looks like we need water. We can't actually traverse this yet. It's rather obviously requiring water, in fact, so I guess we won't be back here until later. But in the meantime, we can reverse back and see what else we can pick up. Seems like we've cleared what we can on the map with all of the collectibles. We're missing a save point And we're missing a turn and Ugg, which is probably close to the save point, but that's it for this region for now. Let's warp over to another one. And yeah, this is a dead end for now. We've seen it. And we'll head back. Had we looked in this direction? I think we had, yeah. Nothing going on over there. And there's branches, but I don't think it particularly matters. It's really the same road. I'm assuming we can go back up. And at this point, now that we have the fast travel system, any sanctuary will do.
Hello.
We're not lost. Not too much, anyway. Okay, let's see what we can unlock this time. Might do Claws and Fangs just to get more damage. We haven't really been using the Shift Strike yet, but the combos are always nice as well, but we'll start with Claws and Fangs. That seems most useful.
Have some.
It has an immediate boost to our power.
Thanks, Cheshire.
And on Cereza's side, well, we don't have enough currency for any of this, but what we can do is go for either the reflex. Yeah, I don't know if this will work passively if we need to push into it, but I guess we'll learn it and we'll try it in practice. This one we'll need to try it in practice mode just to make sure we understand what registers as a counter. Just need to test it. Okay, long range enemy. And we'll do the deflection. So we'll hold into it first just to see. Yeah, it totally does stop it. So as long as we're running around with this extended, we're okay. And then we can just bat into this or something. Yeah, it doesn't go very far though. That's okay. It still gives me an additional layer of protection, since we tend to use this to dash anyway.
You're getting punished.
So can I do this mode switch? Yeah, I don't quite know how to actually use the mode shift yet. Might be a particular timing to it. Change elements while dodging or attacking. So perhaps I have to press it at the same time. Let's try with melee. Okay. Yeah, basically you press it simultaneously, I think. And then you can change the kind of movement that you have. So for example, you start out with this kind of attack, then you can combo into this with a stomp and a charge. Interesting, yeah. So yeah, you basically shift while hitting attack. Again, very similar to the mechanic in Wonderful 101, which is the bread and butter combo mechanic that is almost completely undocumented. That is the core of the whole scoring system. Sort of interesting that this game doesn't give you any kind of combat medals, but does have the speed runs for the puzzle dungeons and the puzzle dungeons only. And I guess it does make it a bit more of a relaxed experience if you're not as concerned about going for pure platinum or whatever, but it seems like the mechanics are robust enough to support that, you know, like doing something under a certain time limit with no damage. Okay, let's figure out where we want to warp to next in terms of a zone that is available and a sanctuary that's available. MGM1, let me give you a quick shout out.
Hello.
Totally a typo in your name there. Let me just try this again. Not MGM11. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, playing Twilight Princess. I understand you were playing Twilight Princess Randomizer, actually, from what I recall. Lurking around a bit earlier. Hope that's been going alright. Also glad to know my raid alerts are working because I think my follow alerts were not for whatever reason. Alright, let's take a look once again to see where I was going to fast travel next. I'm not really accustomed to doing fast travel of any sort. It looks like I had found a sanctuary, but I don't see it marked on the map, so I don't know why it says that a sanctuary has been found. I would assume that I can't actually warp there yet. Let's see. What about here? Sunspeckled Grove. There's a lot to do in Sunspeckled Grove. There's one point that's right there. We might actually go back there first, just because I think we can probably unlock quite a bit. And this sanctuary, yeah, lots of wisps in that area. We'll play around the train. I wonder what the difference is between the yellow star points and the other one. I hadn't really thought about that previously, because I didn't think there was that distinction. But yeah, we're going to go back to Sunspeckled Grove then, I think, and that'll be the best idea. And let's do it. And tech will, so far the randomizer has gone well. And MGM1's throat was bothering him earlier, so he's taking some medicine. Ah, okay, that's why he hasn't typed in chat yet. But yeah, I hope MGM1 gets a little better.
Hello.
Yeah, I know a lot of the 3D Zelda randomizer runs have really taken off lately. I can't say that I've really seen much of what goes on with the Twilight Princess run, though. And oh, here's a remembrance we hadn't seen.
Cereza was
pick it up for the book.
surrounded by a crisp, refreshing scent coming from the trees. She could feel the whisper of a mysterious power carried by the wind from further within.
Okay, here's a new panel. Always worth checking because they actually do say different things when you look at them. Yeah, it just gives you the picture of the landscape, though. Presence of power. We'll eventually find as many of those as we can. Let's save up here for a moment, and then we'll traverse a little further in this zone. See if I can unlock anything. Not many percentage points so far today, but we have been making pretty steady progress. Started out the day at 35%, I think. And yeah, this part requires water, but if we go down, I think there was maybe a location that we could traverse to using the mushrooms that we have now made available. I'll just go back there and check because I don't actually remember. But a lot here seem to be locked behind water traversals, so we'll be a bit limited in that respect until we get a bit further along. Right, because this was locked on the other side, and then we'd have to go clockwise around that. I don't remember what the obstruction was. We'll have to check. Because this ladder does get you up. And MGM1, you won't be able to stay as you're not feeling well. Yeah, do get better. Very important to take care of your voice as a streamer, as you all know, and so I do understand that completely. Because, yeah, we've had to cancel a lot of content in the past from just voice not feeling well, and I certainly hope you aren't out of action for too long. I hope the Twilight Princess randomizer run has been enjoyable for you, nevertheless. What can I possibly bust down with this? Not much. Although this looks like a passage that I hadn't really explored previously, had I? Shrooms? Or underbrush? I don't know that I've been here. Maybe I have. Hard time finding iron boots. Yeah, I guess that would be a major hindrance in certain locations. I mean, I haven't really looked at a randomizer or know the meta around it, but I do remember how important the boots are in the original main game when it comes to entire areas. Yeah, you take care as well, and thanks once again for the raid. Very glad to have you here as always. So it was somewhere in this location that we needed to see. No, we've been here. Ah, yes, okay, and this is what we were looking for, that this is actually a stompable location that was logging me out previously, and so we will do that. Also cut off some of this stuff. And so this actually does let me progress. And there we go, for fruit.
Okay, pretty good.
Loved how the cutscenes actually do match Cheshire's current active form. That he can eat greedily if he wishes. Where are we? Yeah, we need to get back out, and then we have a couple of connective points out of here that we want to take a look at. I think we previously had not seen, one of these being here. Yeah, we'll look at that in a moment. I think that's the only way we can go, in fact. So, go. Let's see where this leads. Don't think I'd been here. Okay, no, this gets you back to Fairyland Tower. Okay, whoop, and whoops, didn't mean to go down the slide, but that's okay, we'll take it. Maybe we'll see something new. Yeah, we can get back up to some of these other locations, we'll do that. Some of them do seem to require what looks like wind power, though. Or water to put out some fires. So I think I do know that I'm a bit limited here in terms of what I can do. We can head back up, but we'll see. Don't have a very good memory for what the various gates are going to be in this game, which is another reason why we might want to do a bit more main progression first before we continue. As long as we get back to a sanctuary, we're fine. If we can reach top left there, that'll be great as well. We haven't really even checked that previously, I think, so. Let's see what we can do with this. And then... yeah, we unlocked this previously, and then we checked this location. And didn't quite see how to go up above, did we? Well, just missing a few of the collectibles here. We haven't unlocked as part of the map, so... so we'll head where we can. And this time we don't even need the bomb rocks anymore. Yeah. Don't want to spend too much energy on the bombardment, of course. What we can do is then switch back to standard form. That's nice and quick. And yeah, so this is something that we were not able to interact with previously, so makes sense to do it now. And then, what does this do? Does it turn the other way as well, or just this way? Surely the other way as well. Then that will allow Trisha to come back up for reuniting. Well, then this seems new. Unless it's just a shortcut to where we were previously, which I think might be... oh no, there we go.
You're not hurt?
Okay. I haven't really been checking a lot of those wisp profiles. But if we can get up to the top level to get the other Inferno fruit, that would be quite helpful. See if there's a quicker way down. I don't really think so, though. Now, I wonder what happens if we try to launch the other way. If it gets me anything whatsoever. Nothing. Not far enough. And we did this whole sequence before with the bombs to unlock much of this area last time, so let's progress this way. See if there's anything else we can do. That was just for the bridge. So we'll head back up. Yeah, Sanctuary was there, but we want to see if it's possible to loop up to the top left with my current suite of powers. Might not be. We can possibly afford new skills. Or maybe not. Everything's pretty expensive in terms of the standard currency, so we'll need to farm up a little bit more first, or try to speed runs for quick cash, but I think I'd rather regress on the map for the time being, just to see more of it. Oh, we should actually take a look at that treasure chest. Not at all clear to me how to get that one. Despite it being in such a highly visible location. We just haven't been down there yet, but perhaps we need to loop around it back. Yeah, get on my way. I'm trying to move here. I guess if there's a location to drop in from the side. Oh, and we have a little bit with a train here. Yep, of course. I mean, we've been to all this previously. It's just a matter of figuring out how a certain few things are going to line up. Let's head over to the left. Yeah, we'll continue this way in case we can get that location. That might require playing around with some of the trains. Head around and grab that, that'll be so yeah, we know we're missing that one chest down below here, but in general its chests don't seem to be too critical. Thought we had taken a cart up there, so why we managed to go beyond that, I don't know. There's been some reason. Because we would need to get up to that, and then train cars seemed like a good way of doing so, but we seem to be just short of the height we need, so. I'll say that you definitely need the outside car. Do that. Whoops. Come on. Take it back and then over to the other one. Oops, no. Mistake. Just overshot slightly. Let's get to a pretty acceptable position for the next debarkation point. Problem is, I think that still doesn't quite get you over. That's it. No. Oh, no. Not the jump is what I was looking for. I feel like there was something I could do to make that work. That's a long interaction. Repeat if it doesn't work. Just we're missing something critical. We can try it again. It seems like the auto jump isn't really making it over the gap for me. Oops. Yeah, I should probably try to see some new territory at some point too. Let's see, because it seems like no matter what I do here, it's not really going to be sufficient to get in position for the ladder unless we have something additional to latch onto or work with. A circle up there that we totally can't interact with yet. Oh, no. Why did I? Okay, no, I keep accidentally putting the jump and button there. I don't know I have the means for this yet. It's just a matter of input errors. But we actually can't make it. But it's possible we can't make that jump yet. But at this current point of the game, I don't know what would fill in that ability. Okay, go. Let's not spill over this time. Doesn't look particularly doable, to be honest. Just doesn't seem to line up. But we'll try it. Yeah, but there isn't L button prompt, that's the issue. Feels like you would have to hit that top position with something even if you did want to do something about it. Climb, not really. Yeah, if we want to retract, we need to stand dead center so we don't accidentally jump off. Can I hook onto that? Not really. Alright, let's bail on this for a moment. I don't yet see that we have the requisite abilities for it, but I could be wrong. It could be some kind of traversal trick here that we just don't know. Regardless, we were just looking at what Earth access might have done for us at this stage of the game, and so let's go back to the more casual portal. Yeah, it looks like we won't be able to clear up the zone just yet. But we'll do reasonably. And hopefully without too many incidents. Yeah, we previously grabbed that. I don't know why, though. Ah, yes, because then I can project myself. The slingshot. But then this just brings you back up to where you were before, right? You've been here. This is just a shortcut. Which just means I'm going to spend way too much time trying this again, wouldn't I? Don't see that as leading anywhere at the moment. Alright, back to the sanctuary. Let's warp out. I think the zone is a bit of a dead end right now. Navigating our way back, on the other hand, will be non-trivial. Now, can we just head back down this way? It's possible to head down through an alternate passage here. That would be something I'm already on the lookout for. But we'll get back there and we'll see. Okay, totally overshooting here. How did I get back? It was the netting or something that we had come up. I'll try to find that. Oop, without getting sniped by traps. Ideally. Now, is this jumpable? No. No need, though. Wait, but I'm still here, then... How did I get back? Oh, we found something. Okay. Lock him down before he throws more traps.
Prepare yourself!
Good enough.
Come
Okay.
here!
Let's try to get back to the sanctuary. I might need to activate one of those guidance orbs. to do so, because we may have gotten ourselves slightly disoriented here. Ah, yeah, there we go, yeah. But over here on the top right here, that part of the track does seem it's interactable. Yeah, it's fire gating off that location, so not much can be done there. But if we can get behind this, over to that treasure chest, that would be great, but I don't see the passageway there just yet. We can look around a bit more, but don't see it. Well, let's save up and teleport first. Because we've been spending a little too long trying to reverse through this. It'd be nice to get back to making a bit of forward progress. Let's scout out where I want to go first. So this area, we've done what we can. Sunspeckled Grove. Didn't I come here already? And then we just didn't manage to proceed. Or did we? Chocolate Hollow. We don't know what to do with that, really. Ah, no, because we had warped here first. Yeah, that's okay. Forgotten Null. Let's go back there, actually. Let's just do that since we had unlocked whatever's next. Yeah. Not going to be too practical to do all this back and forth without that much fast travel, but normally something that we would poke around with doing in a game, but again, I get disoriented enough in this map that I'm not going to mind the instant transport as much as I usually would. Let's talk to the guy and then see how else we're doing here.
Thank you.
Oh, very nice. Quite a few rewards buried behind that. By the looks of it. So yeah, we've gotten what we want from this zone, so let's see what else we're missing. That's just a water scroll. Similarly, the lake limits many options. Well, we haven't been there yet. I'd like to try that instead. What was this again? Yeah, it's just the dance pad. Yeah, just save points here, so. We'll transport. Might still be able to progress nicely here. So we'll try it. Maybe a slightly slower form of transportation then. Something like the Stagways and Hollow Knight. Okay, so we might be able to unlock more of the map here if we just continue, because there's a lot we haven't really tried around here, despite all of the walks that are water-based, which are obviously a bit of an issue. Because if we come up here, try to make sense of the map. Yeah, no, because we had checked that lower loop earlier and didn't manage to do anything with it. Well, there's something to entrap over here, so we'll do it. And then what? Just miss? Are we actually too slow on that? Well, let's tear out some of this stuff first. A lot of good notes from doing. Yeah, I don't know why I failed that just now. Maybe some condition that we didn't observe or understand. Oh wow, yeah, it's quick. So actually what we need to do is we're going to entrap this first. We're going to walk her over here. Then we slap that and we retract.
Cheshire, over here!
Whoops. Yeah, no, it's possible. We just need to have some finesse. Then oh, come on. No, too slow. Should be able to do it. Okay. There we go. Got it. The quick teleport is all that's needed there. That's an interesting little mechanics puzzle then. It's fairly unique. We haven't had much reason to play around with a quick warping just yet, so nice to get some of these additional materials. We're totally capped on items though, so to a certain extent maybe that didn't help, but also does this allow me to do some kind of traversal? Yes, it does. But this is new. We haven't done any of this just yet. This was actually completely available to me earlier. I just didn't look at this location. Because it's not like anything we've seen here so far requires the stone powers. I don't think.
Yes!
Nice infusion of cash over there. And of course there's... Get back to the sanctuary again if we should use it. Yeah, we've done that pot over there. Let's... Whoops.
Come here!
proceed upwards. Maybe we can work our way towards that wisp into at lower location as well. This is just in the mid-region. A lot to be done on this layer. But I don't know if that's reachable yet. Might not be, just given the wind and fire gates that we'd seen earlier. This is where we unlock the wood power. I don't think it's actually going to be that useful at the moment, although... Well, let's see. Yeah, we're definitely massively overshooting. However, there are the rope bridges that are on the upper level above. We can take those. I mean, that was just the initial tutorial zone for the wood powers. So, pretty familiar with us by now, just in a very different context. And certainly in one of the other recent areas, which I don't remember, there were more of those gates that were secluded behind the stone absorption as well. Just didn't really know what that was for at the time. Let's rest up just in case. %. The percentage at which you should know where your towel is. Let's toss up here if we can reach it, can we? We've done this previously, but maybe there was an additional gate that we can get to. We can take another crack at that. Yeah, we've been through all this before, but looks like we're fairly close to the wisp that we had previously missed. See the one there. I'll grab this one as well. Then yeah, fairly straightforward here. Okay, so we have been through much of this previously, but yeah, we're just diligently taking a second look because I know I'd missed something. And in fact, we've already overshot. Because, yeah, looking at that wisp, we're nowhere near where we need to be to drop in on top of it, so. And we continue to proceed this way, we might be able to approach it. Or not. Yeah, because it's in the adjoining pod to the left. That's a ways out from where I've been aiming. I'm going to go down and back around. Just curious. But yeah, we haven't really seen much of anything in this zone that is unlocked by using the stone power specifically, which is a major thing we picked up. I've already forgotten where some of the yellow stone-related walls are. So apparently you continue down here and then it might be possible to continue, but we don't know that yet. Ladder here, I suppose. Well, that seems somewhat familiar, at least. Again, could be that we're limited by lack of water traversal at the moment, so possible that we can't actually get very far. Open that up. Yeah, we might need to get out of this location and back on track. Of course, if we could get there, that'd be a little bit better. Toss, I don't know that that would get me anything. Yeah, we don't want to get excessively diverted though, that's true. Oops, wasn't watching this at all. So yeah, judging by my positioning here, I think that perhaps we're unable to proceed. So I've missed a path. So we might have to get back to where we were before. How do we even proceed with the sanctuary here? Well, getting very thoroughly lost again. So we'd come down here. We're not really able to progress from this end. Let's use the sanctuary orb. We know this next one might be able to give me some insight as well. But that's a bit of a problem. It's not able to reunite somewhere here. Yeah, because I guess this was a bit of a one-way drop.
Cheshire,
So,
over
might be
here!
a long road here. Or we can fix our way back out. If we can get to one of those new locations, that would really be significantly helpful. Otherwise, we're going to be thoroughly running in circles in a place we already technically explored. It's telling me to just go over that sanctuary instead? Yeah, I think we'll do that. Rather through this path. Alright, slightly more familiar territory. Slightly. Yeah, way overshooting my target, but at least we're actually getting out of here. It's telling me it's gonna be this way. Yeah, just guarded by this guy. And we know that we can head directly down here. Now, would we want to? Given precedent. Well, anyway, let's make it around. I don't remember doing those jumps over gaps, but okay, we've gotten a much more thorough layout of the land than expected, but we'll take it. Oh, look at that combat we didn't see previously. That's good. And then, yeah, this stomp, or chomp rather, gives you quite a lot of energy back, which is nice. This I think I previously couldn't unlock, right? Except Bonflower. Maybe incorrect about that. I feel like maybe we did open all this. Or, oh, maybe not, because I haven't actually activated this yet. New content, perhaps? Certainly took long enough with it. There we go, there's progress. Okay, finally covering some new ground after a long time just running around finding what we could. And sure, let's get in here. This is new territory for me, I think. We're above. And possibly able to progress a bit further. Works too. So we can go back out here. Then see if we can unlock any new passageways on the top side. This looks potentially new. Oops, nope. I saw it coming too, I just didn't think it was about to attack that soon.
Cool.
Okay, we'll gladly take that. 125, nice. That seems the recommendation is to head back down, but we'll try what we can. It's actually recommending going down, I guess it does. And yeah, we're back down here. That's okay. Because at least we know where we're going. Even if we haven't been able to connect over to that last location. Given where we just traversed, it looks like we should have been able to find a passage over there. I don't know what the obstruction was that precluded us from doing so. We head back up. Oops. Here we go. No, definitely need water traversal here. Okay, so we got reset back to this location. That's fine, we'll just proceed as before. See where the gates and other limitations lie. Okay, we're back here at long last. I don't know if we have enough currency to do anything useful. Should. We have a little more to work with here. Again, might actually switch to big pockets first. Yeah, quick recast would have been nice. Actually, any of these would have been nice. We should actually try one of the speedruns just to see how tight the timer is on rewards. Rocket return is available. Much of this is available. Well, we might go over to mastery. Or just go HP for now. Let's see. I think we'll actually go mastery. We'll start with wood. We'll just work our way up.
Cheshire, here you go.
I'm going to try that in the practice room too to see how it looks.
Good boy.
Yeah, we might actually want to continue saving up on. Where's that here? No, well, let's open up the big pockets first, because we do know that holding items is useful for
Maybe
unlocking certain wisps.
this? Yes.
Okay. Let's try it. And we'll go wood first. And we'll just go for bind combo. And what do we get? Yeah. So it's just like a regular old bind combo, but then what happens if we switch and then yeah. So you can switch mid combo to do that finisher. That works pretty well actually. It's a pretty huge reach. Okay, we should actually try to progress through the game at some point. It really did seem like we were reasonably close to getting to that last location here, though, but no, we didn't know there was some kind of other elemental gate before reaching that. I'm not lost in the forest, we're just exploring. Do we need anything in Leafy Nook? No. Missing Wisp in the far corner, I guess that's the only thing, but I think we need water traversal for a lot of that generally. Never did unlock Sanctuary Point in the Watchtower. So Chakra Hollow, once again, tells me there's a sanctuary, but we don't know where we put it. I don't think we can get very far. Go Leafy Nook. Well, in that case, let's just continue. This destination's a bit out of the way. Yeah, at this point, the best thing to do is to continue here. Although we can see... Yeah, here you can't actually select... Oh wait, it says move to this area, you can try. I wonder where it is then, because... I didn't see the sanctuary, and I don't see it on the map, so... I don't know why it thinks I can warp there. I don't even know where it will take me. So possibly we just unlocked the sanctuary without realizing it, or it's just buried very deep in... Oh, or maybe this is a secret location, because we've never been here, I don't think. I did not come here. Where is this? Upper region. Okay, so now we know. Oh, we better save here first.
Take a break.
Because this is new. And we even have ropes to walk on in either direction. So yeah, this upper level does allow me to go places. Let's be careful about any one-way traversal though, just make sure we have what we need. Also, yeah, there's a bomb that's available there, but we'll probably not need it. Whatever the bomb was for, we'd used it previously, so it does appear would be in here. Because, yeah, this just gets you into Fairy Tower. We have been there many, many times. Not back out here, in fact. Probably just didn't see the way to progress, which was by heading directly over. We'll see the side too, just to understand where things are. Yeah, for some reason I just never saw that we had this center point here. I guess we must have walked right around it without realizing. So, for example, if we go here, does that take you somewhere new? It should. Indeed, we have an absorption as possible over here. That doesn't seem to get me anywhere. Lots more absorption though. And more combat. Okay. And there we go. Managed to do the earth to wood combo. Stone to wood combo, rather, just fine. Yeah, quite a lot of fun actually too. Get some of those advanced mechanics into the mix. This is the passage over to Sun-Speckled Grove. I think we crossed here on the way to...
What's this?
Yeah, we have been here, of course, because that was the Capture All Humans advisory, if we can call it that. But then Sun-Speckled Grove is going to connect somewhere else over to the right. Here. And we'd been through this passage previously. We had been here not long ago, in fact. We had just explored here when sweeping the zone earlier. How did I not push further into this location? Then that's right beside where it was. We had that feeling many times in this game where... Because the map is actually fairly small and cozy. And the scale is very deceptive that way. That very often I found myself in various locations that were one room away from somewhere interesting that we could have gone and not realized it. This is new, this area here. I don't see how to get the treasure chest yet, though. We don't have a way up until I find some way across, which I kind of suspect that some power will allow me to ride a waterfall, unless we can make a jump. Over here, oh, we can totally make a jump. Wasn't watching for that at all. These old school Zelda-like auto jumps. Just don't visualize them very well sometimes when it comes to the possibility of traversing that way. But yeah, lots of new material now. Don't know why this is highlighted like it might be pokeable, but yeah, we don't really need a sanctuary light. What we do need is, well, let's come back here. Okay, so we've been down there. I thought I missed something, but not. Yeah, we've been to all this, and all this into the treasure chest. Okay, so it's just back up. So, never mind that. I guess we're going back up after all. And nowhere else to go along this passage, so I'll head back over. I was hoping to go right from this location for the Tirnanog, but if there is a passageway, we haven't really found it. Looks like it was supposed to be something like this, but no. Yeah, and that's just Sunspeckled Grove, so no, it's not going to be this way. It look kind of like it should be that way, just judging by the map, but I guess it doesn't really connect. Yeah, because if we can make it over the right side there... Well, let's see, because we've been here. And this is, again, something new that we can progress through. This is not something I've seen. Also... Oh, maybe we have been here, because we did ford this shallow part before, as you can see from the chest that we've already opened up. Just didn't remember that we had done it. Yeah, quite a lot here that is going to be reliant on having water traversal unlocked for me later. And I fought these guys before. This was way up. So yeah, can't seem to access this next part of Chocolate Hollow just yet. Unless there's something I can stomp through or drop through, but I think that's going to require water traversal. Yeah, we've been here, we've fought these guys before, let's just go back. Maybe this is something though. Maybe that bush down there, no. And it looks like there's something that's growable up here. We can get up high enough to latch onto it. Alright, then let's go back to the Sanctuary Point. And maybe actually get back into the main game.
Hello.
Again, not lost, just experimenting. That looks out of reach. Just too bad, it's so tantalizing sitting there. Yeah, a bit out of the way. Yeah, we've been wandering around enough that they really do have Ignis poking me. We know we're supposed to go to the lake, we just haven't been doing it. Because I've been cleaning up what I can, but we really do need water traversal power before we can do anything else, I think, so we'll actually take some advice. Maybe we can go over to the top left to explore what that is, eventually. Alright, sure, let's do the story sequence. Let ourselves be coerced into that, from lack of other options. Okay, so
Hello.
he's a little bit chatty for a fast travel guide. And yeah, this is something that we Oh yeah, the mushroom over there is something that's new. We haven't been able to take that previously. So that looks rather obviously where we should go. Trying to do to finish a combo with the wood form that time, but I sort of missed. Didn't work as well as I should have. Okay, we are going to try the mushroom, obviously. That is the regression gate, by all appearances, but we want to look around first. Particularly because we... Where am I on the map? Ah, yes, we've been here previously, but... We'll see. Like this as well? That didn't get me anywhere, though.
Come here!
We need to go through the water. Oh, except this looks like it's shallow enough for traversal, which I had noticed before, but that's about as far as we can get. So that doesn't really assist me. As you can see, yeah, that is the wisp that we're looking for back there on the other side, though, so... Eventually, when we're able to cross, we do now know where he is located. And now we'll just proceed over to the mushroom platform to see if we can cover some new ground. Okay, good for combat here, that's fine. Let's do the double vine. Oh, totally missed it. Oop. We've expended some energy here. We'll try to disarm the trap. Just to get it out of the way. Whoops, okay, never mind, too late. Let's wave it down. Trap this guy. Whoops. Come on. Trying to do the switch into wood form again, but we missed the timing. That's okay. Takes practice. Anyway, definitely new territory here, because we haven't made anything grow in this location. And yeah, we'll eventually get a sanctuary, but that's not a priority right now. Let's just create a bit more space to go up. Joy-Con aim leaves much to be desired, but we made it. Good thing those interactions are not failure sensitive. Body slam this guy, and then let's grow some roots. Okay, so that passage is open. Let's open up this one too. Okay, a lot cleaner than usual. As far as the pathway goes, I think we should obviously go up to see if we can unlock this area. This looks like a whole lot of combat. Restraint. What restraint are we talking about? Bind and defeat. Yeah, that's fine. We can do a triple bind, so probably okay.
Prepare yourselves!
And we need to probably...
How do you like this?
Oh no, let's bind once again. Oh, that was a bit of a shocker. Yeah, we need to be aware of the traps ourselves, of course. Oops. Hang on. I gotta get out of here. Watch out for the enemy targeting circle, which is something I've not been cautious about. Can only be damaged while bound. Yeah, we need to keep him down. Let's go for the next bind. On the spellcaster over here. And then... yeah. The last one? Nope. As long as we don't stay too long on the trap during the activation. That actually be okay. Let's recharge. Then we'll bind and go into the shield removal. And of course, no damage from shield while he is not down, so. Let's go bind first. Hang on. Recharge for a moment here. Try to dive in with the dodge move. And we'll do the chomp combo. Try to finish him off. Okay, taking me a little while to do this, but I'm gonna slam this guy.
Cool.
Is that the last one? Yeah, it is. Okay, that was a bit sloppy, but we made it. Not exactly going to smash any records with that one. But we got it eventually. It's just that a lot of the combos and finishers don't happen within the time frame of binding the enemy, and so A lot of the usual patterns didn't quite work. But yeah, that's an entire flower once again. So we've got a pretty decent health pool at this stage. Let's pop it. Back up we go. Okay, it doesn't actually open up too much in terms of landmass, but it does complete a bit of additional cartography, which is important. Don't know if it really revealed that much at the end of it, but it's a necessary step towards completion, and we also got the health boost out of it, which is nice. Oh, do we have an enemy here? Yes, we do. Let's just zap him. Pull him down if we can. Oops. It's all accidentally nudging the face button sometimes. Okay, so this is done. Got a trap over there that we're going to deal with. If we can get over there in the first place, which is not clearly the case right now, at least until we have some form of wind power. No, we have the tightrope, we can walk that. But let me just check this location as well, just to see what we're dealing with. Because this area is suspiciously clear. Unexpectedly peaceful, actually, just given how much open space we have to work with here. In that case, let's cross the tightrope and disarm relevant traps. We've already opened that chest, but for some reason we didn't have to trap over here. And yeah, we'll need to get rid of this guy first, that's okay. We should actually go stone for this, because then we don't need to worry too much about the deflections. Yeah, we can just deflect automatically at the cost of some energy. Let's go double blind if we can, and chomp as well. Switch into the combo. We don't even need to because everything's dead. Okay, that works. Spinny things needs to be broken, yeah. Okay, wave down some traps. Seems like it bloomed already over here, but we've got a bit of new territory to see here for sure, so let's proceed. I don't know if we can actually hit any of that, but oh, let's not fall down. Yeah, so it's probably going to be wind power at some point so we can spin things, but there we go. Counter. We're at the close range. I don't know if we can just whip it manually now. We definitely need something else to move it. Yeah, it would be an appropriately color-coded power that is almost certainly wind. But this is a gust of water or something. We get a water power. How can we pop this chest already? I don't remember this. And where are we? Sanctuary over there. But we do have a passage over here, potentially. And over here as well. No, that doesn't get very far. Okay, so if we can do a bit more island traversal and head towards the center of this zone, maybe we'll be able to get something done. And additionally, in the southeast, there's going to be a moon pearl available as well, but I think we're sort of blocked off in that right now. For all we know, we also just need to teleport to the recommended zone that we have not been traversing. Nearby sanctuary, you say? Oh, yeah, because I guess we don't have one in this region yet, so maybe we should be following this and seeing what we haven't opened yet. Because, oh yeah, I guess we haven't broken this. That's a rather obvious thing to do. And this is something new. Oh, hang on. Let's block it. And yeah, quite a lot to unlock on that side, in fact. So we can make it over. You know what? We should switch over to standard so we can do the actual deflection. Come on. Shoot me. No, let's get over here. Not a good angle on it. Oh, we've actually been here. I remember this because we... came over here and projected our way across. Yeah. We kind of did a cross over here. Just to get rid of him.
Come here!
Take rope walk over here. Yeah, we've been doing this one a couple times before, but why are we back here? Right, it's taking me to the Leafy Nook Sanctuary, which is not what I wanted. I wanted to press a little further up here, and we know that we can get across to the other side. Potentially. We have been to this one before, we just didn't quite recognize it from this new direction. But we can also now open up this gate. This is important. This is something that we hadn't been able to do previously. Because, well, this is a fairly familiar location, we just hadn't been able to unblock this thing. And so that's actually a new passage. As well as access to this Bounds Mushroom over here. That's something new. Also. Because then now, if I'm not mistaken, we have a Point of access to a new spot in the Sunspeckled Grove, which is going to give me a wisp. Certainly hope I can get back up, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the chests are just currency. I think that they're a little limited, but whoops. We'll gradually get over here and maybe get some additional unlocks we didn't previously see. Oh, okay, great. No, that's good actually, because it means we're close to something unlockable. Close to a dungeon, if we can make it there. Like we're briefly within that zone and we just missed it somehow. Briefly in range. Yeah, we're pretty close to it, actually. So why can't we proceed? Here, this way. Yep. Let's unlock it. Okay, actually finally covering a good chunk of new ground after stalling for a big segment of this stream. This looks like it's another combat arena. We haven't seen Revengeance. That's your little Platinum Games in joke for you. Avoid the curses. Okay, they leave traps when defeated. Well, let's not let them have their Revengeance. I've never actually played Metal Gear Rising. A little bit about... Woo, okay, at least you don't die instantly to it, but it does deal significant damage, so... A little joke about Revengeance has been in a couple of the other games. Wonderful 101, I think, was already making reference to it with one of its early bosses. Well, diplomacy has failed. Oh, very charmed. Okay, now we have completed that combo, but we still need to rip his shield off. Both these guys, in fact. Okay. Let's proceed.
Cool.
That'll load up on some health once again. Definitely strong similarity to the shrine structure of recent Zelda games in terms of having basically one health expansion for a lot of individual dungeons, many of which are combat, but some of which are also more puzzle style affairs or other similar challenges. But just having a discrete challenge for each health expansion that is located throughout the map. That's something that's, I think, now very easy to think of in terms of shrines, even if they're not called that. Not that that originated with Breath of the Wild. I mean, you know, you always had combat challenges in the Bayonetta series, for instance, that were just based on the optional combat locations that were available on the map, but definitely there's a Zelda-like paradigm that's very noticeable nowadays. Okay, where are we? We seem to have skipped right over where one of the wisps is available. I don't know how we managed to bypass it, but maybe it was locked to us while... Well, let's see. Because from what I can see, we're right over it. Or perhaps under it. We don't actually know. We're close by somebody. Might be something to do with the root system over here. Yeah, we're right beside somebody. Might be at a different elevation. Might be something else going on. Something very situational. I don't see it. There's an overlap. You have to come in here or up top if you reveal whatever can be absorbed from that root. Yeah, there's some verticality to it that we're not accounting for when it comes to our ability to progress. Obviously, this is going to be gated off by water. Oh, we can bloom this thing, right? And that's going to raise me somewhere. We're going to find out where, but... let's look around a little bit first. Yeah, so we'll need to construct this somehow. Or go around it until it can be constructed, which... given the glowing spots there, it seems like I probably have to unlock some power to do it. Well, only way is forward, so let's do it. Ah, okay, and then we can sling this over. Saw this interaction before yesterday. Whoops, missed. Huh, how did I miss? Depth perception. Okay, we actually do have to hold into this. I guess maybe I have to crawl up here and then latch on again a second time. Get absorption on this, and then proceed through here. Which may or may not give me a wisp, given the map location. But maybe this is the great tree itself that we're supposed to climb, since we're going up. didn't really follow the prescribed course, so it's hard to tell, but it certainly looks like we're climbing a great tree over here, so probably just a drop down below or something that allows you to unlock the water powers. Okay. We'll obviously go for this first.
Over here!
And yeah, this is all new over here. It does look like we're along the main quest progression, if I had to guess, simply because this is this massive tree. Now the thing is, can we actually interact with any of this so far? I don't think so. But it might project you over, and so instead of doing that, let's maintain position first, just to make sure we know what we're doing.
Yes!
Before we do any one-way drops that could potentially compromise a lot of our progression thus far. Let's just keep going. Look at this. Looks frosty. Frosty like it's expecting a firepower at some point. Yeah. Very frosty. Not gonna touch that for now. Although maybe a sun. No, this definitely is fire. This, however, does not. And then we can make it across it at some point, but first I want to see what we can unlock down here. Because this looks new. There we go. Should be able to afford the earth or stone rather combo finisher and the next upgrade point as well, the stone mastery. Depending on what else interests us by that point on the upgrade sheet. But yeah, we should also crack open this door. More traversal we open up, the better. I wonder if this connects to a space we already know. I think it might. Probably does, in fact. Yeah, we'll go back up in this area because it seems like we did miss something that's potentially unlockable. But this opens things up back to a very early location, in fact. Over here in... yeah, that's... yeah, we've been here many times. Now we've opened up a way back up. Oh. Well, she was terribly amused by that for some reason. Yeah, that passage over there, we'll check it. I mean, that's where we just came from. And we'll make our way back over. Yeah, you'll probably need to connect from an adjoining region in order to grab that moon pearl, by the looks of it. We don't have a good sense of how the regions click together on the map. And that's back down to the ice, but we don't want to go there. We want to proceed this way. Looks like we'll be somewhere significant soon. Or rather, we would have been, or we not. Finding ourselves trapped in a location like this one. Okay. Well, so much for that idea. What does that even unlock, though? Maybe we should go back to see. There's some other bridge building that can be done here. I guess you need to restore this area, perhaps. Which means we should go around this circuit and try to hit the next Tiranoga we can make it there. I don't think we had any additional branches. I did check along the path though, but
Over here!
yeah, sorry, need to get him back in. Oh, we get him in. Okay, yes, we can. Well, ideally, we get even further up. Yeah, hard to tell what I'm overlapping with, but I actually wonder about the water level here. I don't think we can enter it though. We've been to that sanctuary, that's not what we need. We did open the gate. And if we open the gate, maybe we should wrap around to that other location. Speckled Grove. Yeah, it's hard to tell how we're going to make it there. On one unrevealed location that's over to the east. Let's check this again anyway. I was just here, of course, and that didn't really help, but let's see if we missed anything critical. Jumped across that, we checked both ways. We're gonna come down over here. Look at the back, the way the textures it's gonna move with you. It's one of those strangely ethereal effects. Okay, let's wrap back around. We did manage to go up the tree somewhat. Not much further than that. Yeah, this is dead end after you plug that in. Looks good. So this was the door we unlocked. Now what am I not able to do? back here many times. Wanted to make it up and hopefully make it over to map location we have not unlocked. I don't remember what the obstacle was, but it was something. Something that did present a hindrance, but okay, we have a trail here now that we can follow. And we've been here. This was kind of the chase sequence previously. We know how to connect back there, but then it just loops back to where we were much earlier. At some point we should probably warp back and follow the footprints. In case there was something that was a required interaction in that segment, but so far we've been able to experience this very flexibly. So, what's this? This is something on that side. Nope. Alright, let's go back to the sanctuary then and let's see if we can get some clarity out of it. Oh, whoops. Bit of a slip there. Well, now that we've been thoroughly digested by that. Yeah, there's an additional branch over to the right here, an additional system that we didn't get a chance to explore. Also because of how linear one's passage through some of these branches can be. Okay, we can afford something else now over here. Now a little bit more has started to unlock. We might as well get Stone Mastery, and then we have the full suite of combos available to us at this point. And yeah. In general, we've been holding the charged attacks a little too long anyway, unnecessarily. Now, what can we afford over on this side? Infernal Bond is still good. Quick Recast is great. Just so we don't run out. I think replenishing when I'm in hug mode has actually not been an issue lately. But yeah, Venom Thorn is nice. I think I like the Magic Recovery though, because then we'll mostly be doing the Thornbind while Cheshire is already out and fighting. That might be the most useful here. And we're going to be just about broke once again.
Does this work? Yes!
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, maybe we should actually go back to the other region and follow the wolf track now. Even though it looked like we were most of the way up the tree. Oh, look at that. There's a stompable area there that we didn't check. And a chest here that we didn't check. Look at some really obvious locations.
Cool!
Yeah, so we can get over that stone. That would be significant. What a huge lake. Is something stuck? Yeah, absolutely something is stuck. We should just go there. We can find out how to wrap around. We need to go up top, though. How do we do that? Because that will point us to another region. The problem is that the region connections are really not intuitive to understand. If I can get just Cheshire Bump's self over there, I don't know if they have a passage that will allow me to do so, but I'm obviously supposed to get over there and stomp, and that seems to be the way forward, so the question is, how do we do that? It'll be through here, and up and perhaps back down. I mean, it did give you a big clue to go up the tree, and let's save first of all.
Oh, I'm exhausted.
At least now we know what we're going for, is that at some point we have to go back down the tree to and get that stump, which is pretty clearly the way forward. How we're going to do that is a different question. I just didn't even see that we could enter this passage earlier. Because, yeah, all we need to do is make it across. And how one does that from the map is pretty unclear. The water is going to be the lowest level, though. We kind of need to look at the overlay. Because if the water is the lowest level, how do we approach? There has to be some kind of loop that goes up and then back down. And it makes the most sense for the loop to be something that goes up the tree. So we know where we are roughly. Whether we can get to the other side is a different question. But yeah, if we wrap around this way and go down, then maybe we can make a close approach. So we come down here. Are we able to get to the pathway that we want? We know we're able to cross over here. It doesn't seem to get me anywhere though. Okay, in that case we would need to go back up by way of this passage. But we try to find these tree pathways like this one work best. Because where are we currently? Yeah, we want to wrap all the way back around because maybe we can get down to the correct location. We've been here previously. But we can find a passage back down, and there will be a fairly clear way to proceed. So we're at a slightly elevated passage. No, that's... Oh, we unlocked the wood power. We've been here many times, including earlier today. Okay, no, we're just back here, same location. Well, not much more we can put on to on this side, so... I think we should inspect alternatives. Cheshire can come here, but why not both? We need to back up and just race our steps. I mean, we're obviously supposed to use the footprints, but we always do things the hard way navigationally, and so I suppose this seems appropriate enough. Yeah, the problem is that the map is a little bit inflexible. That's navigation. So it is a little difficult to plan. Relative to any other map systems we've used here in the past. Alright, sure, we'll fight this guy again. Why not? Keep things interesting. Yeah, a little bit of combat practice in as we try out a bit of everything, like a homing attack. Through this gate. What's this? How have I not smashed it? We've been here. And here as well, but it's kind of hard to see from here. But we can go for the sanctuary. Maybe that'll give me a work point. We'll get ourselves back under control. Okay, yeah, down there, that's something that we haven't opened up yet. But it seems like that's obstructed by water access. We don't know though, we should be looking for things like mushrooms. Okay, this is new. Okay, worked out well enough. We're really not in here. We're encountering some resistance. That's surely a good sign. Okay, somewhat new material. I really missed that previously. Once we had come here and traversed in the opposite direction, I just forgot. There's a possibility, and probably the case given where we are. Yeah, because it's just back here. Active remembrance point. Okay, well, we see a stone here, we just don't know how to get to it. And possibly we need to do the wolf thing first. No, don't show me the next destination. Okay, no, it's... yeah, telling me that that needs to be my origin point. So there's something that we haven't unlocked, starting from there.
Avalon is a danger.
Secret pathways. And I guess we'll go back. After that very lengthy diversion of just avoiding following instructions. Okay, so let's take a look here. We should be able to relax here, yeah.
We need a rest.
Well, let's save quickly in this location and then see if we can follow the tracks. It seemed like we had gone up the tree, it's just that we lost track of what to do after a certain point. In fact, if we go back this way in this zone, we might be able to get that journal page. If we want to do a bit of side content first. Also, we're able to get up here, which is not something I considered previously. I don't think. So in fact, there's quite a lot you can reach just doing this. This is the way we came in, I think, but we're able to see it with some different eyes now. And there's a mushroom platform over there that we can potentially use for a big jump. And indeed, I think that's part of the wolf track anyway, but well, it's freezing my movement for a moment because the wolf is there and has been waiting for me all this time. Okay. Yeah, we know what to do with that. Just hadn't done it. Been here a couple times before. Oops. Back down the traps. Yeah, we'll... oh, I was hoping I'd catch that. few times already.
You're getting punished! Prepare yourselves!
Okay, starting to weave some moves together. Yeah, we've been here. Again, the journal page is just the one that's underwater, I think. Where is it? What's that the next zone? I think it is. Yeah, we've been here. Let's get out. After spending so much time almost deliberately getting a bit disoriented around here. No, let's just poke it.
Cheshire, over here!
Okay, but finally we'll be able to bounce on this platform, which is potentially significant. Sure, we'll get rid of this guy first.
Yes!
Here's a part of the climb we have not been able to do. Let's see it. Oh, that's new. I think we just need to smack it from below. And... yeah. Oh no, it doesn't. Windy Knot. Okay. New zone. Yeah, we're supposed to ride those as platforms when we get up there. Chapter 6, Fear and Frustration. We had a long Chapter 5 today, just from a lot of backtracking.
Come here!
Got a lot of locations to look at first. Look at lower everything just to see if anything has presented itself. So many crafting materials we have not been using. Anyway. Arhunga, you just finished this game the other day. Yeah, glad to know that other people have been playing it. I'm a long-time player of games with Platinum, but just could not get to it back when it launched because it's been such a busy year. I was kind of buried in Fire Emblem at the time, and then I spent pretty much all the time since playing Zelda and Pikmin 4 after that, so it's my pleasure to finally get to this one. It's been really interesting, especially as your powers steadily develop. I'd say that in the first zone or two, when you don't have too many interactions on hand and everything is kind of still tutorial, I wasn't sure where things were going with it, but then it has expanded very rapidly in terms of the range of what you can do and, you know, the combat mechanics feeling just as deep as many of Platinum's other games, even just with a very different control scheme. And you can definitely see a lot of the same character action motifs all over the place. But yeah, we're at 40-something% right now. And we'll probably go for 100%. Just to really have a run of the map.
Claw marks?
That's
No
a
way.
rather
Nothing has
large
caused
claw
this
mark.
thing.
I guess that's
Right?
foreshadowing some eventual boss.
What?
But yeah, it definitely feels like a game that was lost in the mix for a lot of people this year, and which is very unfortunate, just given how interesting it is. Okay, are we within range to sing in that thing? Yes, we are. Or not sing, but dance. Rather. There we go. One more cycle will do. Alright, we're just going to pick it up at range and unbury the treasure chest over here. You did 100% without the time trials, so 97%, I see. So the time trials would be necessary, like with the maximum medals for 100. I haven't done time trials yet, although we could use it to cash at this point. But mostly I've been trying to explore more of the map first. Let's unlock this and just open up a shortcut. Now, where does this shortcut lead? Is this something familiar? Nearby Sanctuary. Oh yeah, this is back to the Sunspeckled Grove location, and this leads up to this moon pearl that we were missing all this time. It took me a long time to figure out how to get here after staring at it on the map. Yeah, the map system... it's a little difficult to follow, I would say. I found it easier to just, you know, play on the world. And part of it is the verticality of some of the zones, and part of it is that the map scale is very different than a lot of maps I've seen in video games before. Okay. Can we reach that? Not from here we can't. Let's go from here. I can't even see if I will hit. Yeah, there we go. We're not jumping down. We'll lose a fair bit of progress that way, although now we have shortcuts to come back up, so maybe not such an issue, so let's just unbury this. It definitely evokes the feeling of being lost in fairy-governed woods, for sure. It's very interesting that thematically they went with this after so many games of the Bayonetta universe being defined by you know, Heaven and Hell in a very Italian Renaissance sense in some ways. But with this very heavily Celtic theme that's throughout the whole localization as well. That's interesting to pay attention to. Anyway, we unlocked this shortcut here. We got what we wanted out of it. Let's just go back and progress. But yeah, I love the way that a lot of that complexity in both the duo play and a lot of the combat just kind of gradually sneaks up on you. Okay, so Let's see. Yeah, this... I don't know if we can find it. Doesn't look like it. We'll just need to treat them as obstacles. Well, whatever made these claw marks clearly wasn't stopped by that. We'll get across after we've taken a look at this.
An ancient tree, long felled, bared its fangs at Cereza.
About a tree has
Cereza could not
fangs. It
shake the
does kind of
feeling
look
that
like a
Avalon Forest
gaping
itself
maw.
conspired against her.
big deal. You should see the size of my mouth. It was this big. Okay. We just need to traverse this. We can't actually get Cheshire out
It'll be
for
fine.
this
Just
part.
don't look down.
Can't even use the deflection where we just extend them in front of us. So we'll just tightrope walk this thing. And then look for the fissure almost immediately. Looks like it'll be a slightly more elaborate path. Yeah, we see it. We see a couple of whoops. Didn't even look at that. That dropped out on me by surprise. It totally did. Yeah, no wonder. So we should actually look at where we're going. Climb down and go around. Interesting little labyrinth here. Oh wait, there's something... Yeah, I guess we'll do the dispel. When you dispel, can you actually reconstruct anything? I don't think so. It did seem to create a silhouette, but nothing permanent. Yeah, we just need to keep an eye on where we're going, and we'll be there soon. Okay. Okay, finally more of a puzzly one after many combat encounters instead. %. I've seen a couple of these interactions before, so let's just get the stone form out of here and... Oops, wrong button. I mean, this is basically just a tutorial segment. This is very straightforward. Just as a bit of a review of how that works. And yeah, so Cheshire can't pass through this. And then you need to stop this too. Oh. I don't know why I thought this would all be one segment, but obviously isn't. Oops. But yeah, get Cheshire around that side so he doesn't deal with Rosemary. And then it's going to be a toss over here. Then why would it be going here? Let's see. What does this raise? Ah, obviously. Then we need to get out of here before anything retracts. And then watch the color coding so we know it's still available. Luckily still within range of each other, these two. No, let's get out of here and then... I can't really dual stomp them even if you are in the middle, so... Careful with that, and then she's across. Anything to look at here? Nope, not really. And we have the main gate here, but I do want to look at what else is available first. Nope. We'll open this up. No, gotta sweep it. A sweep input and a tap input are two different things, depending on whether the thick red line is available. As well to actually be tested on that. Whoops, go on. Okay, again, two colors to work with here. We'll... Oh, whoops, no, wrong form. Alternate at a somewhat greater distance between these two. What a team. I wonder if I can make the jump here. No, no, just have to time it. Whoops, nope. A little late in that. Slight mistake. That double tapping it doesn't quite do the job. And we'll have to tap the other one. Make it through this passage. Again, it's going to be two different platforms. One over here for the treasure chest. We'll activate both again to get out.
Cool.
Okay, nice infusion of cash. Then looks like it's going to be a combat arena, and then we're out of here. So yeah, I guess for the time trials, the combat arena is going to be a knock against the timer, so you do need to know what you're doing.
Prepare yourselves.
Okay, probably we need to get him out of the armor somehow, so let's go for a lockdown first. And then try to go like that for a stun. Good. And combo in this way. And then get some energy back like that. Alright, let's go lockdown again. And we'll just avoid traps in the meantime. Go for a stun once again. Punch him out of it. And then stomp over here, and then let's just get some traps removed while we can, and try to stun lock this guy as we get him out. just get in here. Alright, that worked well enough. Learning as we go. Probably wouldn't be good enough for time trial medals or anything, but fairly clean otherwise. You've got a piece of heart. Or a piece of flour. Rather curvier path than usual, but in some new territory here, so it's not altogether surprising. Okay. Let's do it. And we'll slap it down. And out we go. Okay, quite a lot revealed up here, and that's the only one in the Windy Knot. So, let's explore a bit. Around the root system, you can see the journal over there, and then no idea where the arrows point, as usual. But it does seem like we're supposed to go back around this way, now that we've opened this up. Oops. We can see what's going on at all. In fact, it would be up there, so yeah, no, we've missed it completely. Let's go back the other way. I guess the footprints could give us some assistance as well, but let's... Oh, look, it's a sanctuary. Well, let's take a look here. Well, given a amount of time we're into the stream, ordinarily this would be a decent place to make a bit of a rest stop, but we're close enough to another landmark, I think, that we should actually try to push on slightly longer. More of the tree has unlocked somewhat. Oh, not really. Same tree as before. I think we should try to save up for Infernal Bond at this point, but a quick recast would be decent. We haven't really had too many issues with just overspending the bind, though, since I've got so many charges on it. Maybe we'll save up for the time being. On this side, though, let's see what else we can do. Rocket return is not quite affordable yet. Damage has not been an issue. Counter rush maybe, but we haven't actually been using counters that much. I think I should actually save up just so we have enough in the bank for next set of upgrades when they unlock. Just for the time being. And we will of course rest.
Let's take a break.
Here in the knot. And yeah, I think we'll actually try to push on slightly further. You can see in the upper region where the remaining fruit is located. I mean, you can see everything marked on a map at this point. But I don't know how much of it realistically we will be obtaining on this round of play. Let me take a look at the pathways there. It's a little difficult to detect what's going on. If I'm reading the map accurately at all for that journal piece, for instance, that's way out of the way. I think there will be something that you can swing across up top towards it. I do need to look at this to verify. This is kind of the main path anyway. Okay, here's the journal piece. The Wisp Weekly. Oh, and of course, since there is this Lewis Carroll element to the Cheshire Cat, that it makes sense for the Dragon Boss to be the Jabberwock. Beware the Jabberwock, my son. Also well known from a film by Terry Gilliam. Early post-Python Gilliam. But of course, yeah, no, this is straight from Alice through to Looking Glass. And Wisp with something big sticking out of their head should be especially cautious. Yeah, I mean, when they're imprisoned, they all have something big sticking out of their head, so that's definitely a consideration here, but well, let's see if we can face the Jabberwock, or if that will be a little further along. I mean, in yesterday's session I thought we would have a little too much to do before we managed to get to the clown boss, and it turned out we were just basically one stop away, so pacing-wise I should actually try to finish on the boss once. Although, that'll depend on my ability to... Whoops. Okay, no, let's get back in here. Let's get these in play. Whoops. Walk down. Chomp. And let's bind these down. Chomp to replenish. Chomp to replenish is so much better than whatever it was we were doing before. Oh, got a big combat sequence over here.
What was that?
But everybody fears the Jabberwock, so never mind, they're not going to fight me after all. Nice over here. What is on the other side of that? That's going to be the Inferno Fruit, so I guess we're not getting that anytime soon. Alright, we've got him now. The Jabberwock. Well, let's figure him out. Boss number 3. Okay. Let's just watch the pattern first. Yeah, that's quite a blast. That is quite a slap. Four petals worth. Okay, we're gonna stay off of that until we can get a chance to get in there and find him. Okay, let's have to watch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What on earth? Okay, no, that's actually a cutscene hit. So. Probably unavoidable that it takes you down to
The
almost no
monster's
health.
wings were hard as steel. Cheshire's claws seemed like toys by comparison.
So yeah, that was a cutscene
It
hit.
had found a new target.
I actually find it hilarious as somebody who's
Cereza knew she must fight.
a serious enthusiast of Alice in Wonderland that the Jabberwock is this mega boss. Jabberwock versus Cheshire Cat. You thought you'd had so much Alice already in Super Mario Odyssey, what with the white rabbits and all the hats. What we need now is the walrus and the carpenter. This also strangely reminds me of a sequence in Jedi Fallen Order, I think. I think I'm conflating two different things. Like, there's this massive bird boss
Like
in
a hawk hunting mice.
that game,
The
but it's in a different
draconic
place from where
fairy
you do this ascent up the
searched for its
forest.
prey. Cheshire tried
There's two
desperately
different
to
capstone
transform,
sequences.
but with Cereza's magic and flux from fear, his body remained tiny.
So yeah, we can't maintain Cheshire's form apparently. And we'll need some additional assistance.
Pathetic weakling. The cuddly body did not take the edge off his harsh words. Giving in to her fear, Cereza scooped up Cheshire and ran.
Okay, so does that tell me it's an escape sequence?
They had escaped with their lives, but
Or it
Cheshire
just means
was
that the Jabberwock
furious
will have
at
to come
Cereza
later.
for her cowardly retreat. Cereza stood silently, fists clenched. More than anything, she was angry at herself for once again succumbing to her fear.
Cheshire's attacks didn't make so much as a dent in that monster's armor. Oh, what am I going to do?
For once, Cheshire had no mocking retort. He remembered the battle. This was the first time he had tasted defeat, and he did not like it one bit. "Just stay out of my way," was all the demon could muster. Lost in despair of her own, Cereza barely heard his words.
Okay, so we don't fight Jabberwock yet, but now apparently we approach the nest of the worm.
You want to find the next elemental core, right? Get going, then!
So I guess we have to power ourselves
Cheshire
up
growled for Cereza
first,
to go.
potentially?
But Cereza could not muster the
No, I think we'll
strength
probably
to
fight
say
the boss
anything
first.
back.
But we'll see. Also, the camera is really close up in this section here. We're back in Sunspeckled Grove in the upper level. Ah, I see, because then this is the point at which it will finally give me the branch down to where we can do the water stomp to drain the lake, yes. This is the way back to Windy Knot. I just wanted to see what the passage is like, but I guess we're not allowed to proceed. So we know how to drain the lake, we'll do it.
Next time that thing shows its ugly mug, I'm gonna beat it to a pulp! Cheshire shouted his bravado so Cereza would hear.
So maybe if we
It
get
did
wind
little
and
to
next
quell
round
her
in
worry.
water, that would be what would counter the boss. But I don't know. We are just guessing here. And the wolf wants to go that way, so I will go this way. Technically, the wolf already went that way, and merely wants me to go that way. I guess, yeah, that's all we'll see there. But it is going to curve all the way back down to what we saw in the middle of the lake, where we blast things open, and yeah, we might as well grab a save point while we're at it as well. And that takes me past the 50% marker. And we obviously can't do anything here or at the moment. But we'll scan around a bit more just to see what else may be accessible. And here we are. It's not a dead end, it's got the glowing earthy spot and everything, so let's bust this right open. Well, this seems to open up quite a bit, so. Destroy the third elemental core. Yeah, we'll do that. That seems very close by. And if we don't need some kind of water power to traverse water, then perhaps it is going to be wind after all.
Running away as usual.
To deal with
Surprise me at all.
fire. Oh, she's got her alter ego of fear and doubt. Self-chastisement. Which reminds me of another game that I played on stream some time ago. A shady part of me, which is actually kind of entirely like that, where you have the girl and her shadow just kind of griping at each other the whole game. Well, the shadow griping at the girl the whole game, I should say, is rather unidirectional. But which also had a lot of those semi-cooperative elements to it.
Coward. Destined to fail.
What?
No, we're not going to be consumed by self-doubt. We're going to be consumed by the Jabberwock instead. So, let's get in here and smash things up. Giant's Basin. Okay, whole new area. Look at the basalt here. It's called the Giant's Basin, but it's actually, again, with the
Give up already. You'll never change.
Irish or Celtic flavor of all
That's
this.
not true.
Nobody likes you. You really think you can become a great witch?
Very similar to certain elements of the
Stop! Stop
Northern Irish
talking!
coast and the Scottish coast opposite the bay. Over to Giant's Causeway. Yeah, very similar formations.
Move! Growled the demon, trying to shake Cereza from her stupor.
Anyway, let's exercise some self-control and yeah, so
Already.
You'll never change.
There is Phantom Self-Doubt, Cereza. And we're going to not be too bothered by that.
Nobody likes you. You really think you can become a great witch?
Very much like the
Stop it!
Shadow Clone segment in Celeste as well, which is... Oh, I think Cheshire needs to defend here. Which, of course, mechanically was, in that game, just something borrowed from Super Mario Galaxy. Specifically the Cosmic Clones of Galaxy 2, but which was kind of transformed into this metaphor for overwhelming self-doubt when it was done as Celeste instead. These kind of, you know, evil alter ego segments have a recognizable cadence to them over many different games at this point. Alright, here's another one. Let's do it. Dark Projection. And I would assume that the Self-Doubt Shadow Clone is going to be one of the mechanics here. Bayo and Mayo, exactly. Luca, it's kind of interesting that you say that, because early on in, I think it was Splatoon 2, there was a Splatfest that was Ketchup versus Mayo, and I think the funniest piece of comment art that I saw there was somebody drawing Bayonetta as a tube of mayonnaise and labeling it Mayonetta for Team Mayo. Oh, let's do another cycle. We haven't really seen a double tap since its original introduction. I'm totally out of alignment here today. I think I'm just holding the Joy-Con on a tilt or something. Anyway. Okay, straight into combat. Let's do it.
You're scared, aren't you? Just go cry in the corner, you coward.
Okay.
I want to be stronger!
And there you go. We've revealed their true form. Okay, we need to lock them down. Since they're in the fairy form, we need to reveal them before we can actually hit. The problem with homing attack is I can't really select who Cheshire is going to chase after here. Okay, let's get this guy out of here so we don't have any zones to deal with. My aim is very poor today. And the accidental stick clicks are not helping. Yeah, we're keeping Cheshire on standard just in case I need one of the situational powers in a pinch. Of course, if we can get the chomp at the end, that would be great. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Okay, we can't get trapped. We can grab this guy. Combo into him. Yeah, we need to rip his shield, actually. There we go. Should be able to whip him back. And then go for the chomp.
What can you possibly do? Everyone knows you're a failure. Mummy believed in me!
Pretty standard enemy set, so her self-doubt isn't actually as powerful as all of that. And then maybe we're getting into a bossier part of the fight. Deadly Watch for Fawn, okay. Let's get rid of the ads first. Yeah, let's stomp out of this if we can. And also do the shield rip on this guy as soon as I can. Positionally kind of rough right now. We gotta replenish before we do anything else. Let's get back into this form and then do a little bit of lockdown whips if we can. We really have to watch Cereza's position throughout this so we don't get her into too much trouble. It's one of those fight mechanics that probably consistently looks easier for the spectator than for the player, simply because, you know, you don't have to worry about tracking so many things at once, so. You might think as a spectator, oh, why aren't you just moving this character? Well, it's because my attention is somewhere else, thank you very much. It's kind of like that with other very attention-heavy genres, like RTS as well. Okay, it's actually fairly straightforward. Not a very high-ranking enemy, just needed to be careful about positioning. Took a couple of hits along the way, but an Amethyst Knight, yeah. Yep, just a summoner. Different from the relationship between Infernal Demons and the Umbra. Okay. Wonder if we'll eventually fight one of those in a more advanced form. Also, has the Jabberwock been added here already or not, since we haven't really properly fought it? I don't think it has. Unless it's one of the back pages or something. Like Amadon. Yeah, Jabberwock will be here eventually, I'm sure, but it's... it'd be a much tougher customer, so... Let's open it up and replenish.
Cool.
Well, one more of those to go. Oh, no need to split. Yeah, well, apart from the usual. Yeah, I've been a little off with these all day, so let's do it cleanly. Yeah, we'll have to read the red line for the sweep motion. And bust her right down. And let's get the third power if we can. I don't know if it's being revealed right away, but... Wyvern Falls, yeah. That's where we are. And it's only now revealing it as new area, which is why the name was unfamiliar to me. And we have a sanctuary. Okay. Well, I wonder how far we are from revealing the next elemental core. We might be fairly close because we've consistently been finding them near the beginning of the stream rather than the end, but it might be a good time to maybe call it for now, since it might be some time before we reach it. Of course, that's what I said about the first and the second orb as well. I didn't have any idea how close I was. But let's first of all see what we can afford in terms of anything new on the upgrade tree. Not really that much of note, apart from maybe Venom Thorn would be good here. Or a quick recast. What should we do? Yeah, I don't think the spell cooldown is a huge issue. Oh, look at that. We're just 2 shards off from Infernal Bond 2. Huh. That's too bad. And can't afford too much of this. Yeah, no, we should still save until we get some Infernal. I guess the health wouldn't hurt to have. So we just don't get ejected, but we can make those decisions later, I think. We will probably... well, first of all, look at the Remembrance. It looks like there is one of these in every sanctuary, and we just didn't necessarily look for them in some of the sanctuaries. And actually, it looks like the orb is right there. Why don't we just go for it? That's where it is. It's quite visible, that location. Might not be terribly convoluted to get it now.
Cereza could just make out the water shrine in the distance. Before it stood a strange contraption built from thick metal pipes. It was a cage, big enough to swallow up Morgana's mana whole.
You know, it's pretty close by. Let's go for it now and regret it later. And that way we'll also stock up enough resources for some of the upgrades I was hoping to get.
Cereza held back her tears, pushing herself forward with all her might. I can't cry.
I feel like that's a sign that this will
I've
take
got to
longer
be
than expected.
strong, she whispered to herself quietly.
Because it is a big
that
zone.
Cheshire would not hear.
But I've consistently failed to have a good estimate of how big any of the zones in this game are. Simply because the world is seamless enough that, you know, one doesn't really think about it so much in terms of biomes. And of course, we're not going to shed our habit of doing a whole bunch of exploration along the way, just to pop some chests and grab some cash. Oh, here's something. Some switches to pull as well. This one is 4 points rather than 3. That might actually be even easier to work with. I mean, it's a fairly slow tempo, so. Okay. But this looks like it's already been pressed. Am I wrong about that? No. Oh, this totally is going to be a lot longer than I expected, but this guy with a halo. Onyx roses, yeah. We'll just pay. That's why it helps to have a bit of a strategic reserve. Yeah, a couple of these switches have already been activated and are just here for the flavor. Oh, Sunspeckled Grove. Back here again, interesting. I guess this will eventually be the way back out then. We might as well reveal what we can. Sunspeckled Grove is really quite the hub. And I would have had a chance to see it so many times. Oh, that's ways off. Now, how are we getting up there in time? Oh, whoops. Okay, we're going to be a little bit slow here. Hang on. Get up here. There we go. Oh, whoops. It's not done yet. Let's get over here. I think I missed it. I'm gonna have to do it again. Just didn't do the retraction properly. You just played F-Zero 99? You don't think it's for you? Yeah, it, I mean, I don't know what you didn't like about it specifically. I've enjoyed it a great deal as I've come to learn it. I'd say it's one that, you know, the more fluent with you get and the better you do with it, I find it more fun, I guess, because it's not something that feels as totally out of your control. We totally didn't get it. Just the last piece here. Yeah, no. Okay, we need to be a little faster about this. We could see where the last point was, but we just couldn't get to it. We're going to bind this, and then we're going to do it late. We're just going to try to rush over here. Oh. No, this way, this way. Come on. And we're going to miss this last one here. Okay, bit of an input error there. Just because we did the first few out of order. Yeah. We retract first, then we climb. That's the trick. Go. Come on. There we go. Felt like you didn't have much control over your performance. It's, like Mario Kart, a lot of it is knowing how to pull out of the pack. I found that the better I've become at it, if you're near the head of the pack in about the top 10 or so, it's a completely different experience, and you do feel like you have much more control over your own destiny.
Yes!
I mean, there's still going to be a certain amount of RNG in terms of trying to finish first or anything like that, but you can, in fact, be pretty consistent about high ranks once you get a sense of the pace and have good rhythm for when to take curves and when to boost, you know? I mean, I'm not that good at it yet, but it's definitely not just something where you're at the mercy of RNG the whole time. You know, I guess within a certain level of tolerance.